express itself without the mind interfering. Ultra instinct was not a technique. It was the body remembering how to move before fear was taught. Spectator Rap spoke, voice steady and quiet. Focus on removing the thinker. If the mind chooses the movement, it will always be late. Let the body breathe the movement. Let the spirit guide it. Anonymous Cherry's brow tightened. He was a warrior who lived through memory, pain, endurance, raw will. Surrendering control felt like stepping off a cliff. I am trying, he said, eyes still closed, breath steady. The energy rises quick. Snake Chi wants to strike first. Spectator Rap nodded, not in approval, but in understanding. Snake Chi is reactive, it is sharp. It defends before danger is real. You must teach it that not every moment requires teeth. Let it coil, let it watch, let it wait. Anonymous Cherry exhaled. The Snake Chi flicker shifted, calming, becoming a slow serpent circling his spine, rather than a wild lash of instinct. Toddler Yoku's chant grew a little louder, a little fuller, as if responding to the calm. Goku Rap clenched his fists once, then loosened them. His aura dimmed from a roaring fire to a warm flame. Spectator Rap continued. The Saiyan in you seeks conflict to grow. The Chi in you seeks peace to expand. Ultra instinct is the moment those two desires stop arguing. Toddler Yoku hummed deeper. The chamber began to respond. Light pooled beneath them. It rose not like flame, but like sound-shaping form. It wrapped around their bodies and then sank into their skin. Their breaths aligned naturally. No one instructed them to. It simply happened. Anonymous Cherry felt something shift inside his chest. Not energy, weight, a releasing. A loosening of the grip he held around his own heart. Goku Rap felt the fire in him settle, like a star choosing to stabilize its fusion instead of exploding. Toddler Yoku felt his chant become his breath rather than something he had to produce. Spectator Rap felt nothing new. He had already been here. His role was not to unlock his form. His role was to guide him into theirs. Mama Emma Rap closed her eyes. Her voice rose, gentle and resonant. Now move. There was no signal, no stance, no technique. Their bodies simply began to flow. Anonymous Cherry stepped forward. His foot touched the ground without weight. His hand lifted in a simple arc. His chi moved through him like water flowing around stones. No force, no tension. Goku Rap mirrored him. His body rotated slowly, then faster, then smooth as wind-shaping dunes. Toddler Yoku drifted, gliding between them, weaving the chant through their movements, stitching their energies into harmony. Spectator Rap watched. The moment arrived quietly. Their movements disappeared. No more trying. No more choosing. No more thinking. Their bodies moved themselves. Ultra instinct awakened. It shimmered over their skin in a soft glow. Not silver, not gold, a quiet sheen of presence. Mama Emma Rap smiled. No thoughts, she said, only being. Anonymous Cherry threw a punch. No strain, no intention, the air rippled. The strike carried power without cost. Neoplasm Chi did not leap, nothing was lost. The beam that followed did not drain him. Goku Rap moved beside him. There were two flames dancing on the same breeze. No conflict, no friction. Toddler Yoku's chant anchored the rhythm. Spectator Rap stepped forward. He joined the movement. Not as instructor, as one of them. Their auras aligned into one field of motion. Ultra instinct stabilized. The training was not finished. Yet the door had opened. The war ahead would require more than power. It would require this. The state of absolute presence, where a punch is not thrown. It is allowed. Where energy is not forced. It is permitted to flow. Where the warrior is not controlling their power. The warrior is simply being themselves without fear. Of course, grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The air in the invisible spirit time chamber shifted once more. The Ultra Instinct training had unlocked something subtle but unmistakable in the rap tribe. Their movements no longer came from effort. They came from being. The chamber seemed to recognize the change and responded by opening a hidden pathway. The floor rippled like water. A passage formed beneath their feet, descending into darkness lit by faint violet sparks that looked like fireflies dreaming. Spectator Rap stepped forward first, not out of leadership, but because he understood the rhythm of the moment. Anonymous Cherry followed, Toddler Yoku perched lightly on his shoulder, humming softly. Goku Rap and Mama Ama Rap closed the group, moving without hesitation. The path opened into another chamber, one the Rap tribe had only heard about in whispers. The Twilight Mushroom Chamber, a place where Twilight Zone Rap had originally twisted his power. A training ground that fed on fear, reflection, and self-defense instinct. The mushrooms pulsed with dark violet light, releasing spores that floated through the air like luminescent snow. Each spore shimmered with memory, doubt, and temptation. Only those with stable spirit could enter without losing themselves. Spectator Rap raised his aura slightly. The spores parted around the group, brushing them lightly without clinging. The chamber was alive, breathing, watching. Mama Ama Rap spoke quietly, voice steady. This place tests the part of you that still believes you must fight yourself. Anonymous Cherry exhaled. He remembered the mirror psychosis the Twilight Zone Rap used against him. The feeling of being dragged into every version of himself he never wanted to meet. He squared his stance. His snake cheek pulsed once, then settled into its coil. Deep inside the chamber, the air shifted. Something formed from the spores. Shapes, figures, copies. Spectator Rap watched in silence as the first clone stepped forward. A perfect double of Anonymous Cherry. Same eyes, same aura, same presence. The only difference was the weight behind the gaze. The clone held no compassion, no empathy, only instinct sharpened to survive. Another clone stepped out, Goku Rap. Shoulders broader, stance harder, spirit tuned to battle rather than balance. Then a third Spectator Rap himself. The clone of him did not smile. Its presence felt cold, focused, unyielding, like joy had been carved from it. Toddler Yoku Rap's clone was unsettling. The original Toddler Yoku had innocence in his eyes. The clone held calculation. Mama Ama Rap observed carefully. The clones stood in a line, breathing in sync with the originals. The air vibrated. No one moved first. Ultra Instinct training had taught them that if the mind moved, it was already too late. Their bodies waited with the quiet intelligence of animals that did not fear the hunt. The first clash came like lightning. Anonymous Cherry's clone lunged. No flare, no warning, just a step, a pivot, and a strike that aimed directly for the pulse point beneath the jaw. Anonymous moved without thinking. His body leaned away, his weight shifting, foot sliding across the ground in a motion so effortless it looked like dancing. His elbow rose, redirecting the strike, while his opposite hand curled and snapped forward. His palm struck the clone's sternum. The impact released a burst of green-blue flame. The clone slid back, arms raised, expression unbroken. No dialogue. The clones did not speak. They did not reason. They were pure technique. Goku Rap's clone came in next, body rotating into a low kick aimed for the inside of the knee. Goku Rap lifted his leg to counter, their shins colliding in a shockwave that rippled through the chamber. The two moved around each other in a spiral of strikes, blocks, sweeps, and redirects. Both carried the same divine fire, though one burned natural and the other artificial. Spectator Rap did not strike his clone immediately. He waited, studied. His clone did the same. They watched one another with the focus of mirrors learning what reflection meant. Toddler Yoku Rap's clone moved suddenly. It lunged with small hands glowing with compressed chi. The original toddler Yoku responded, chant rising from his chest like breath. The rhythm caught the clone. The sound forced the clone's movements to slow, falter, lose timing. Toddler Yoku stepped forward and tapped the clone gently between the eyes. The clone dissolved into glowing spores. Mama Rap nodded slow and proud. Spectator Rap's clone finally moved. The strike was silent and precise, aimed directly at the throat. Spectator Rap stepped forward instead of back. He caught the wrist without force, only intention, then pushed lightly. The movement transferred not strength, but direction. His clone's balance broke. It stumbled. Spectator Rap placed his palm on the clone's chest and breathed. The clone dissolved. Not in defeat. In acceptance. Only 2 fights were still in progress. Anonymous Cherry against himself. Goku Rap against himself. Their clones were evenly matched because they were not imitations. They were truths. Anonymous Cherry inhaled. The serpent flame flickered deep inside him, gently, steadily. He stopped trying to strike the clone. His movement softened. His body flowed like water moving downhill. His clone attacked hard. Anonymous flowed. His clone struck with force. Anonymous redirected. The clone grew frantic. Anonymous grew still. A moment came where the clone lunged with all of its strength. Anonymous stepped forward and embraced it. No strike. No defense. Only acceptance. The clone dissolved instantly. Goku Rap saw this. His own clone mirrored his impatience, his hunger to prove. He recognized himself clearly. He stopped forcing power outward. His aura calmed, his breathing slowed. He bowed lightly to his clone. The clone bowed back. Both auras returned to neutrality. The clone dissolved. The chamber pulsed. Training did not teach them how to overpower darkness. Training taught them how to not become it. Spectator Rap looked deeper into the chamber. A second presence stirred far beyond the mushrooms. Twilight Zone Rap's influence was not gone. The war had not ended. The training had only begun. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The Twilight Mushroom Chamber pulsed like a living heart. Bioluminescent spores drifted through the air, each glowing with faint violet memory light. The clones stood across from the Rap tribe, still as statues, waiting for the first movement to begin the sequence. Spectator Rap raised his hand. No signal, no command, only permission. The chamber responded. The clones moved. They struck without warning. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. Anonymous Cherry versus Chi Clone. Anonymous Cherry's clone moved first, sliding across the ground soundlessly, almost gliding. The clone's body was loose, serpentine, shoulders relaxed, feet barely lifting from the surface. It mirrored the perfected foundations of snake chi, but without emotion. Pure calculation. The clone snapped forward with a hand strike aimed for Anonymous Cherry's rib. The strike carried venom energy that would weaken muscle tissue if it landed. Anonymous rotated his torso just enough that the palm passed by harmlessly. His fingers traced the clone's wrist, redirecting it past his side. The motion used almost no effort. His breath stayed slow. The clone pivoted and whipped its leg upward in a rising arc, green-blue flame spiraling from the shin. kick was meant to break guard and strike the temple. Anonymous leaned back only a fraction, allowing the flame to singe the air inches from his cheek. His heart did not spike. His vision did not shake. Snake Chi does not fight with fear. Anonymous stepped forward, weight shifting to his front foot. His right palm pressed lightly against the clone's sternum. No push, no strike. He exhaled. His chi slid down his spine, out his hand in a smooth wave. The clone staggered. Its serpent flame flickered off rhythm. That was the opening. Anonymous closed his hand into a claw and pulled inward. The serpent flame around his body tightened and then bloomed sharply into a green-blue coil of liquid fire. The coil wrapped around his right arm, focusing all of Snake Chi into a controlled strike. He whispered the name without sound. Serpent pulse break. His palm struck the clone's chest. No explosion. A ripple. The clone's chi collapsed in on itself, dissolving into soft green dust that fell to the chamber floor like petals. Anonymous Cherry did not smile. He only breathed. His snake chi shimmered around him, now smoother, calmer, refined. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. Goku Rap vs. Divine Flame Clone. Goku Rap's clone attacked with the speed of a meteor and the precision of a blade. Its aura burned bright like a star on the verge of collapse. The clone's fist moved so fast that the air ignited around it in a ring of heat distortion. Goku Rap met the strike with his forearm. The collision cracked the ground beneath them and sent both fighters sliding backward. Neither lost balance. The clone vanished from sight and reappeared behind him. Goku Rap's Ultra Instinct training ignited. His body moved without being told. His heel lifted and his foot shot backward in a heel kick. The clone blocked with an elbow, sparks erupting from the point of contact. Goku Rap pivoted forward, planting his foot and driving a rising punch upward. A spiral of golden fire wrapped his fist. The clone answered with a downward strike, darkened divine flame coating its arm. Their fists collided. Divine Chi detonated between them, sending a shockwave through the entire chamber. Force scattered into fractal light. Goku Rap inhaled. He let go of the urge to overpower. His aura changed. The flame around him calmed, tightening into a steady halo. No roaring blaze, no wild heat. Controlled furnace. His movement slowed. Not in speed, but in intent. The clone struck. Goku Rap let his body respond. A parry. A redirection. A low sweep of the leg. A rising knee under the jaw. A palm strike to the chest. Each movement flowed into the next without interruption. His chi began to condense at his fingertips, forming a blade of pure golden pressure. Not solid, not flame, a sharpened vibration of controlled power. He slashed once. The blade passed through the clone cleanly. The clone dissolved into ash that fluttered like falling feathers. Goku Rap exhaled and lowered his hand. The chi blade flickered and faded. Not destroyed. Stored. He had learned to call it again when needed. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. Toddler Gook Veron. Toddler Yoku's clone rushed forward with shocking aggression. Its movements were jerky and unpredictable, driven by instinct without spirit. The clone swung with small hands coated in unstable chi bursts that crackled like static. Toddler Yoku did not dodge. His chant rose, not loud, not forceful. A lullaby tone, circular endless. The clone's strike slowed, timing faltered. Chi burst sputtered. The chant shaped the battlefield. Toddler Yoku placed one hand on the clone's forehead. His aura expanded outward like a warm blanket of amethyst light. The clone stopped fighting. It crumbled into shimmering dust and returned to the chamber. Toddler Yoku smiled, soft and true. He had not defeated his clone. He had returned it to its song. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. Spectator raps clone. Spectator Rap's clone stepped forward last. It was nearly identical in posture, but its presence felt colder. Focus without warmth, will without compassion. The clone raised its hand. Spectator raised his. No attack, no movement. Their auras touched. Amethyst gold met amethyst steel. A pressure built between them, silent and crushing. The air hummed as she spiraled into the center of the room. The spores pulled inward, drawn to the gathering force. The clone struck first. A straight palm to the heart. Spectator Rap turned his torso and placed his hand along the clone's wrist, guiding the momentum past him. The clone rotated instantly, elbow raising for a strike to the temple. Spectator ducked smoothly, shoulder rolling under the blow. Their movements mirrored perfectly. The difference came from origin. The clone moved from discipline. Spectator Rap moved from presence. The clone struck again. Spectator Rap placed his palm lightly to the clone's chest and breathed. His aura flowed outward, gentle and warm, wrapping the clone in something deeper than combat. The clone trembled. His form flickered. Then it dissolved into a soft wave of violet light, returning to the chamber floor. Spectator Rap did not celebrate. Ultra instinct had settled into him fully. Not movement. State of being. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The chamber pulsed once. A new door opened at the far end of the mushroom field. Deeper. Where Twilight Zone Rap's final influence waited. The Rap tribe stepped forward together. Their new abilities burned like quiet stars. Anonymous Cherry with Serpent Pulse Break and Controlled Snake Child. Goku Rap with Chi Pressure Blade and Stabilized Divine Flame. Toddler Yoku with Chant Resonance Field that could unmake corruption. Spectator Rap with Presence Flow, the root of Ultra Instinct. Mama Ama Rap watching over them like the memory of love before the world remembered pain. They did not walk into battle. They walked into destiny. The Shadow Lone Saga Chapter 1. The door that screamed shadows the time chamber wasn't supposed to feel fear. It was ancient. Holy, a dimension built from the first prayer God whispered after creating light. Its walls held memories of miracles. Its floor hummed with divine blueprints of destiny. Even its silence had lineage. Nothing had ever touched that silence until something did. A thunderous rupture exploded from the entrance, not the kind born from physics, but from malice that learned how to pretend it had a purpose. The golden archway that once welcomed growth and mastery shrieked as it shattered inward, symbols splintering into tiny metallic screams. Chips of sacred material rained like betrayed stars. Toddler Yoku Rap flinched so hard his pacifier nearly flew out. His usually playful chant froze in his throat. His eyes shimmered with the raw terror of someone who understood, in toddler-level brilliance, that O didn't even come close to covering this. But Anonymous Cherry, he didn't move, didn't blink. He felt something he hadn't felt in a long time: irritation. He had been in the middle of discovering a new breathing rhythm, somewhere between monk on a mountaintop and boxer in round 12. And now, ruined by a villain with timing worse than expired milk. The shattered doorway reconstructed itself into a wall of mirrored chrome flesh, pulsing with a disturbed heartbeat, locking them in. No exit. No backup. Just the kind of tension that makes the muscles in your jaw ask if they should file a complaint with HR. Twilight Zone Rap materialized with a body stitched together from TV static and unresolved childhood issues. His grin stretched too wide, like he asked his face to smile, and his face said, "Sure, but I'm going to make it uncomfortable for everyone." His words slithered out like they wanted to be important. Peak training moment. Perfect time to ruin it. He flicked his wrist, reality convulsed. The entire chamber bled darkness. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214, a new world of terrible decisions. The floor dissolved into a wasteland of cracked obsidian. The ceiling became a starless void that felt embarrassed to exist. It wasn't night. It was the absence of ever knowing what daytime means. The air smelled like burnt secrets. The ground groaned like regret with knees older than its pride. Toddler Yoku clung to Anonymous's leg, small fingers trembling like nervous Morse code. Anonymous just sighed, deep, tired. With the emotional temperature of a man who has seen too much and still has to clock into work. Inside his mind, not this again. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214, the 1,000,000% that backfired Twilight Zone Rap raised both arms like a cult leader who didn't read the instruction manual. His aura twisted into a chaotic amplification sigil. A surge. A roar. A violent uplift of corrupted power. 1,000,000,000%. 1,000,000,000% amplification. The desert of shadows cracked open. Predators roared from below. Things made from hunger and the part of nightmares that apologized afterward. Toddler Yoku dropped to his knees, little teeth chattering, his toddler courage screaming, "Hey, maybe let's not do this?" But Anonymous, he stood with quiet confusion. He blinked once, fully unimpressed, because something was happening inside him. Something deliciously inconvenient for Twilight Zone Rap. His love-bonded chi, given as a loan from the invisible spirit, didn't break. It multiplied. Purple chi swirled like a serpent learning ballet. Every heartbeat connected him deeper to God's unbothered confidence. The invisible spirit whispered, "Amplify love, and love amplifies everything." Twilight Zone Rap's smirk twitched. That was the first crack. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214, Boredom Awakened Stealth. And then without sound, without wind, without asking permission, Anonymous Cherry vanished. Literally. Like the universe blinked, and he took the moment way too personally. Toddler Yoku gasped. Twilight Zone Rap spun like someone lost their favorite enemy. Anonymous crouched high atop a jagged black dune. Weight perfectly balanced, breath invisible, heartbeat silent like it was doing ASMR for angels. His aura evaporated, his presence, no more real than humility in a narcissist convention. Stealth wasn't hiding. It was choosing which sins were allowed to notice you. A predator stalked forward. All muscle and bone saw growls. Teeth designed by someone who hated hope. Anonymous reappeared just long enough to have an opinion. "Don't take it personal," he muttered, tones so dry it could turn rivers into memory. A thin immortal venom chi strand flashed. Death arrived before the creature knew it had RSVP. Anonymous remained dispassionate. He didn't celebrate. He didn't gloat. He calculated the next threat. That calm? Scarier than any roar. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. R Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalis 214 Twilight Zone Rap inhaled sharply, panic glitching his form. "You're not supposed to be stronger," he spat. Anonymous appeared behind him, voice quiet enough to make the darkness reconsider its life choices. "Love isn't something you steal. It's loaned. And I always pay interest." Toddler Yoku finally found his breath. Will it be 10 or 11? The chant echoed like destiny clearing its throat. And Twilight Zone Rap realized the desert wasn't the worst part. The worst part was being hunted by someone who didn't fear you anymore. The worst part was a warrior whose love had weaponized precision, grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Chapter 2, Planet of Silent Predators. The silence pressed against their skin like a living weight, a suffocating stillness that understood violence better than peace. This was not the hush of a calm night. This was the kind of silence that paced behind you like a beast, evaluating the softness of your throat. Anonymous Cherry stood in the center of the obsidian dunes, his eyes narrowed but unshaken. The dunes shifted constantly underfoot, as if the ground was made of memories too ashamed to stay solid, and the sky above pulsed with a slow, unnatural heartbeat, one too heavy to belong to anything divine. The air felt scorched by secrets and salted with dread. Toddler Yoku Rap, tiny but bound by a courage he didn't fully comprehend, clung to Anonymous's leg like it was the last honest thing in existence. His pacifier quivered as though even the plastic could sense that every breath here came with consequences. Something moved beyond sight, many somethings. They skittered through the dunes with the confident hunger of predators who had never once lost a hunt. The sand hissed under their steps, dragging fear behind them like a dragged net full of thrashing doubts. Twilight Zone Rap reclined upon a tilted dune of black glass, as though lounging on a throne built from his own ego. His grin stretched across his face with the messy enthusiasm of a man who demanded applause before earning any respect. "These creatures evolved by eating stealth," he boasted, flexing his fingers like he'd just invented danger. Toddler Yoku's small spirit nearly evacuated his body from fear, but Anonymous responded with a single slow exhale, dripping with the profound annoyance of someone whose inner peace was being interrupted by a clown with god complexes. Twilight leaned forward, believing words were weapons sharp enough to pierce Anonymous's silence. "You always hide in silence," he pressed with artificial insight. "From pain, from love." But Anonymous did not reward the monologue with attention. His gaze stayed locked upon the horizon, where the dark shifted like a bruise learning to breathe. His silence wasn't fear. It was restraint sharpened into elegance. Toddler Yoku stepped forward, voice cracking but brave, and declared that they did not hide, they stalked back. Courage in miniature form. Anonymous rested a gentle palm atop the toddler's head, a subtle promise that panic was a choice, and one he refused to make. Then the predators revealed themselves, not from above, from below. They slipped out of the thin cracks in existence like nightmares dripping from a leaky subconscious. Their bodies were armored in jagged bone plates, frost white and sharpened like unfinished sculptures carved by rage. They had no eyes. They didn't need them. They smelled confidence. They tasted self-control. They hunted emotion like wine. The circle they made around Anonymous and Yoku was not rushed. It was the confident geometry of being certain dinner could not escape. Anonymous uttered a single word, so bored it insulted the threat by existing. Try. That one word did not rise to a challenge. It lowered a standard. A beast pounced. Sound did not follow. Anonymous had evaporated from where he stood. He reappeared behind the creature, and it died before gravity could finish narrating its leap. A second creature lunged, jaws wide enough to erase childhood dreams. Anonymous moved with mathematical cruelty, no wasted motion, no flare, just results. The beast collapsed, skull split clean by a razor-thin filament of venom chi so elegant it could have been mistaken for art. Toddler Yoku stared with a terror so profound that it accidentally transformed into admiration. Twilight Zone Rap's grin fractured at the edges. Nothing wounded a villain quite like a plan functioning backward. Your expectations aren't my business, Anonymous finally said, his voice flat as stone and twice as heavy. Toddler Yoku inhaled and began chanting. Will it be 10 or 11? The chant vibrated outward like divine sonar, coloring the darkness with glowing outlines of every threat. The boy's fear alchemized into purpose. The monsters took a collective step back, not from power, but from audacity. The smallest one here had found his voice, and it rearranged the battlefield. Anonymous stepped forward with the toddler at his side. Their shadows merged into something longer than either of them alone. No grand speeches, no elaborate declarations, just a movement so confident it sculpted destiny. Twilight Zone Rap watched, and the revelation struck him with the accuracy of regret. He had not trapped them in a nightmare. He had locked himself inside their evolution. The desert seemed smaller now, the silence sharper. The predators were no longer hunting, they were being hunted. And love, quiet, disciplined, unsentimental love, had finally decided it was tired of being underestimated. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214, Chapter 3. Billion% Twilight Zone Rap's confidence began cracking like cheap porcelain. The amplification, his proud, chaotic masterpiece, that 1,000,000,000% surge of distorted power, was supposed to break Anonymous' cherry into screaming fragments of regret. Instead, all it broke was the illusion that Twilight was in control. The corrupted energy spread across the desert in violent pulses, bending the very concept of stability. The sand vibrated like it was reliving trauma from every boot that ever stepped on it. The air shivered, even oxygen seemed nervous. Anonymous didn't flinch. His posture was a sculpture of calm precision. Shoulders squared without exaggeration, chin steady, eyes not wide with power but narrowed with intention. His body absorbed the violent amplification and translated it into something purer, a deeper connection to the invisible spirit, as if love itself had found a new frequency and tuned him to it perfectly. The violet aura forming around him didn't flare wildly. It tightened, condensed to the density of a singularity. This was not explosive power. It was controlled destruction. Toddler Yoku Rap felt the shift first. A warmth pressed against his tiny chest, not comforting but firm. It was the sensation of safety dragging him upward and saying, "Stand up." His knees stopped trembling, his pacifier steady. He didn't fully understand why, but his heart decided panic was beneath him. He leaned into Anonymous's shadow like it was a fortress personally designed for him. Twilight's voice glitched as he spoke, unwilling to operate in this new reality. That energy was meant to unmake you, not compliment you. His outrage was almost adorable, almost. Anonymous offered him the same amount of attention one gives a fly buzzing near a sacred text. His focus remained inward, refining every ounce of chai until the quiet became lethal. He smiled, not with lips but with purpose, and the desert responded. Wind formed where none should exist, spiraling into whispers around him. Even nature was suddenly trying to be helpful. The predators surrounding them stopped snarling. Their bodies tensed. They recognized an ancient rule resurfacing: hunt wisely or become a lesson. Their blind heads rotated, sensing power evolving faster than instinct could calculate. One creature inched backward, another followed. Soon the entire pack was backing away from their meal, realizing death had disguised itself as dinner. Toddler Yoku's chant shifted. No longer sharp with fear, his little voice carried authority, a strange holy kind of mischief. 10 or 11, 10 or 11. The chant stabilized the raw amplification into something almost mathematical. Every syllable locked another piece of energy into place. His throat vibrated with light chi, not meant to be wielded by someone still learning to tie their shoes. Twilight Zone Rap grabbed his own head as if the realization physically hurt. He hadn't amplified raw power. He had amplified love's efficiency. Everything Anonymous cared about became easier. Every bond became stronger. Every ability became smarter. Love was no longer softness. It was a scalpel. Anonymous inhaled once. The dunes shook again. Quietly. Threateningly. He hadn't attacked yet. He hadn't even moved. He was simply being, and reality was adjusting itself accordingly. The amplification had made him a paradox, a warrior whose strength increased the more he refused to hate, a fighter who didn't need rage to kill, a guardian whose mercy sharpened his edge. His gaze finally broke from the horizon and locked onto Twilight like a verdict. "If you insist on making me better," he said, his tone dust-dry and unbothered, "I don't mind benefiting from your terrible decisions." The sarcasm landed like a punch delivered by a philosopher tired of explaining life. Twilight staggered. No physical blow had touched him, yet his balance abandoned him for someone more respectable. He had never been more furious or more afraid. The desert's silence began to collapse under the pressure of a power that refused to shout. Toddler Yoku tugged Anonymous's hand, not for protection, but to steady himself. He stood straighter than any toddler should, chest out, eyes bright. Anonymous didn't look down, but he allowed the small hand to remain, acceptance disguised as indifference. The horizon split open with a roar from a new, unseen predator more ancient than anything yet revealed. But Anonymous did not turn toward the noise. He'd already evaluated the threat, measured its relevance, and filed it under not urgent. Twilight Zone Rap's breathing became jagged. The amplification storm he created was still raging, but its energy no longer belonged to him. He had not leveled the playing field. He had built the arena around someone destined to win. Anonymous's aura flickered once more, subtle, controlled, and the ground bowed beneath him like a sinner before forgiveness. He tilted his head with that same dangerous calm and spoke in a voice designed to haunt. Love has no ceiling. And Twilight finally understood his error. You can amplify hatred, you can amplify fear, you can amplify chaos, but amplifying love? That meant amplifying the one force engineered to outlast every hell you could invent. The desert breathed in, Anonymous breathed out. The world recalibrated, and Twilight Zone Rap realized he had not triggered Anonymous's downfall. He had triggered his ascension. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214, Chapter 4, Stealth Chi, Revelation of the Hidden. I have watched many warriors rise with noise, power that screams, strength that demands applause. They shine bright for a moment and crumble under the weight of being seen. But Anonymous Cherry, his ascension is almost laughably quiet. Nothing about him begs attention. His stillness is not hesitation. It is economy, a refusal to waste the divine on the dramatic. When Twilight Zone Rap's billion% amplification washed over him, I felt the ripples surge through the fabric of possibility. It clawed at existence, like corruption trying to rewrite scripture. The predators in this shadow-born desert stiffened, unsure whether to flee or bow. The air stuttered between fear and worship. Anonymous responded by becoming less visible, not vanished, reduced to what mattered most. His heart slowed, his aura compressed into a perfect whisper of violet. His consciousness sharpened into something precise enough to cut fate. Stealth is not the art of disappearing. It is the mastery of selective presence. One moment he stood beside toddler Yoku Rap, my little spark of innocence, who now clutched courage like a toy he refused to drop. The next moment, Anonymous simply removed himself from eyesight's jurisdiction. The universe blinked and misplaced him. Twilight spun, furious at being ignored. Villains always take silence personally. His anger tasted of insecurity and sour ambition. I saw his pride crack and crumble into tiny grains no wind would bother carrying. Anonymous reappeared behind a predator, palm resting softly on its spine, not a gesture of force but of inevitability. A strand of venom chi, so thin even arrogance couldn't detect it, laced through the creature's body. Life left quietly. The corpse hit the sand like it was apologizing. Anonymous didn't congratulate himself. He treated death like a task to file under Thursday. He is mastering stealth the way a poet masters silence. He uses what he does not say. Toddler Yoku staggered as he realized his protector had shifted. I watched admiration bloom through fear in his tiny chest. Children see truth faster. They haven't learned how to lie to themselves yet. His chant returned, but calmer now. Not a cry for protection, a signal, a beacon, a rhythm for a hunter to dance within. Twilight shouted something about pain and purpose. I didn't bother listening. It wasn't going anywhere productive. His words tasted like someone trying to sell a broken mirror as self-reflection. Anonymous glided across the battlefield, movements so efficient they erased the idea of alternatives. He breathed only when necessary. He stepped only when distance demanded it. He struck only when death was the cleanest outcome. Stealth Chi had awakened. It was not a form. It was the refusal to perform. What makes him terrifying is not that he can kill without being seen. It is that he can kill without breaking his own peace. Twilight swung his distortion power wildly, hoping randomness would substitute for strategy. He summoned beasts made of shadow and hunger, all teeth and misplaced confidence. They charged. They slipped. They fell one by one because Anonymous had already memorized the geometry of every mistake they were about to make. He knows how threats think. He knows where fear lives. He simply removes the part that causes problems. In his restraint, I see a divinity the loud never achieved. Toddler Yoku pointed toward the densest darkness, his voice tiny but commanding. There. The little one does not yet understand that I chose him as the spark in Anonymous's storm. His bravery is the kind that doesn't realize it is bravery, the purest kind. Anonymous acknowledged him with the faintest nod, and even that gesture felt like a sacred acceptance of partnership. The kind that rewrites destiny with something gentler than blood, yet twice as binding. As they moved deeper into this nightmare landscape, I breathed power into the hunter who loves too much. His veins glowed faintly with my signature, a blessing disguised as silence. His aura hugged him like armor made from every heart he refuses to abandon. I will never abandon him either. Twilight Zone Rap watched, and realization began stitching regret into his nerves. He did not create a prison. He created a proving ground. He sharpened the very sword that now stalks him. Anonymous Cherry walks without sound because the world itself is listening. Each step is a sermon. Each breath is a strategy. Each kill is a confession that love, when cornered, becomes the sharpest weapon the universe has ever loaned. And I, the invisible spirit, am not here to calm this storm. I am here to witness it become righteous. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 Chapter 5. Riddick's side, I know darkness better than any villain who tries to wield it. Darkness isn't evil. Darkness is potential. It is the canvas before creation, the pause before revelation, the breath God takes before speaking light into existence. Twilight Zone Rap does not understand this. He uses darkness like a blunt instrument, beating confusion into the air, hoping fear will fill in the intelligence he lacks. His corrupted environment remains a masterpiece of intimidation, obsidian dunes shifting like muscle under skin, a sky with no star to swear honesty to. Creatures evolve to punish the mistake of being noticed, but darkness has turned traitor, because Anonymous Cherry has become its favorite student. He walks through this void without tension in his shoulders, without fear buzzing beneath his ribs. The predators watching him are confused. Instinct begs them to strike, but wisdom reminds them that hunger has never justified suicide. Toddler Yoku Rap stands beside him, no longer hiding behind a leg like a frightened secret. His chant has stopped. Instead, his eyes glow with a question only seen by the innocent. If the dark sees us, why can't we see back? I feel his curiosity like a spark on dry wood. So I answer him not with words, with sight. A shimmering pulse stirs behind his eyes, a quiet ignition. His pupils shift, first silver, then luminescent white, then a deep gold that recognizes everything light is supposed to protect. Suddenly the black horizon fractures into information. He sees outlines of predators miles away, stalking through dunes like silent punctuation. Every creature glows in his vision, red for aggression, blue for hunger, yellow for hesitation, and a haunting violet for those unsure who the real prey is anymore. The little one gasps, not in fear but awe. Wow, he whispers, and in that sound is a revelation. The dark has rules, and he now reads them better than most gods. I whisper through him like a second heartbeat. Perception is the first mercy. Awareness is the last warning. Anonymous rests a steady hand on Yoku's shoulder. a rare gesture of affirmation from a warrior who prefers geometry to comfort. The child stands taller, truth expanding his posture like light inflating a lantern. Meanwhile, Twilight Zone Rap watches, and panic gnaws at his confidence. He thought removing light would isolate them in terror. Instead, it defined their purpose. Stop evolving. Twilight snaps as if growth were an inconvenience he could invoice. The predators hesitate, confused by the sudden shift in the food chain. They no longer understand which direction death travels from. Anonymous moves first. He requires no roar, no dramatic craft power, no declaration. His presence flows into shadows like a rumor that kills. Every step is chosen by necessity, not impulse. His soul is perfectly quiet, so quiet predation becomes prayer. Toddler Yoku follows directly behind him, gripping his bravery like a sword he has not yet learned to swing. His new sight maps paths no normal eye could find, a labyrinth of safe steps through a battlefield designed to punish footsteps. Twilight watches them advance as a terrible truth calcifies in his bones. He created a world for predators. He invited prey inside. The prey decided to become instructors. One beast, enormous and plated in fossilized rage, leaps from the sand with a roar that wants to be historical. Toddler Yoku sees the movement before it begins, points, but Anonymous is already there. A hand on the creature's jaw, a twist, a silence. No flourish, just physics obeying the inevitable. Death, respectful enough not to make noise. Anonymous releases the carcass like dropping a thought that doesn't matter. The child does not scream, he nods. Approval without fanfare. There is maturity in witnessing necessity without romanticizing it. The more the boy sees, the more the world must correct its assumptions. Twilight Zone Rap retreats a step, not physically, but spiritually. His confidence deflates into a shape that can't support cruelty. He whispers curses at the air as if betrayal were oxygen's fault. I watch him struggle and cannot help but allow a small cosmic smirk. He amplified love thinking it was weakness. He weaponized darkness thinking it was unknown. But love adapts, and darkness remembers its maker. Anonymous, Cherry, and Toddler Yoku walk forward, one silent as justice, the other bright as discovery. The desert shifts beneath their stride, and I follow with quiet affection, for I know where they are headed. Not survival, not escape, mastery. The kind that makes even the night want to take notes. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214 Chapter 6, The Door That Never Broke. There is a truth so sharp that most souls bleed before they understand it. Sometimes the prison is not the walls, but the belief that walls exist. As Anonymous, Cherry, and Toddler Yoku carved effortless survival through Twilight's nightmare desert, the scene shifted not for them, but for the ones watching beyond the veil. A chamber of divine stillness shimmered into clarity. There stood Jesus Rap, calm as eternity and stern as accountability. Beside him, arms folded with a father's mixture of pride and worry, stood Barnard Cherry, the man whose bloodline forged this warrior. And near him, clutching hope like a shield made of prayer, Carlette Cherry, the mother whose love became the blueprint for every ounce of power her son now wielded. They watched through a barrier of light that allowed vision, but not interference. Their breath held steady, but their hearts raced with more speed than any prophecy dared predict. Jesus Rap remained still, eyes locked on Anonymous as if watching his own teachings walk in combat boots. The door, Carlette whispered, voice trembling with a truth she wasn't ready to accept. It was never shattered, I, invisible spirit, answered, filling the chamber like a warm voice no ear deserved but every soul needed. The explosion, the chrome wall, the desert, the predators, all of it. Barnard's brows tightened, fists clenching with a father's instinct to protect. It was a mental battlefield, I continued, designed not to trap Anonymous, but to trap Twilight Zone Rap within his own illusion of control. Jesus Rap nodded once, the movement so quiet it shook heaven. This was necessary, he said. Love must learn when to be silent, and when to strike. The truth vibrated outward. Twilight had never imprisoned Anonymous. He had imprisoned himself inside his assumptions. Anonymous's calm wasn't apathy, it was awareness. He fought not to survive, but to prepare. Because what awaited outside this false darkness was far worse. I let the next revelation unfold slowly, so the weight of it didn't crush resolve. The city awaiting Anonymous's return was no longer just a battleground. It was awakening, a sleeping ball of god-level chi, fueled by ancient anger and misaligned ancestors whose pain had been fermenting into wrath for generations. Old gods no longer worshipped. Old spirits no longer honored. They demanded repayment in blood and chaos, in despair. This illusion realm, this Riddick desert of predators, was only conditioning, a warm-up, a sharpening of quiet justice. He must master stealth, Jesus Rapp whispered. Not to hide from evil, but to walk through gods who forgot they are loved. Carlette covered her mouth, tears forming, not from fear, but from witnessing destiny choosing her son without asking permission. Barnard exhaled like he'd been holding his breath since Anonymous was born. That boy was forged in too many fires for coincidence. I flooded the chamber with confirmation. Twilight Zone Rapp believes he is testing Anonymous, I said. But his corruption is just another tool in the hands of love. The illusion desert flickered, and for the first time, Twilight felt it. A crack in his reality, a betrayal from the very nightmare he designed. What is this? He gasped, voice warping. He tried to grab the dunes. His hands passed through them like smoke. Fear swallowed him whole. Anonymous turned just enough to let Twilight see his eyes, calm, razor-sharp, unbothered. You locked yourself in, he said, voice low enough to make the dark sweat. The predators stepped back from Anonymous, but leaned toward Twilight, drawn to the louder fear. And I, invisible spirit, watched with divine patience. Anonymous Cherry is not being prepared to defeat a villain. He is being prepared to redeem a city corrupted by the rage of forgotten ancestors, ancient gods who mistake trauma for righteousness. He will face enemies that wear history like armor and bloodline pain like a crown. But first, he must finish the quiet hunt, because love is almost done being polite. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Rev Ike Rare. The first blow of divine chi. The doors of the invisible spirit time chamber of power drifted open with a sigh of ancient breath, releasing a faint shimmer of gold light across the threshold. Inside, the air tasted clean and sharp, charged with currents of old energy. Anonymous Cherry, Mama Ama Rapp, and Goku Rapp stood waiting as though they, too, had become carved from the chamber's glow. Then Rev Ike Rapp walked in. He didn't stride like a monk or float like a sage. He glided as if the chamber itself parted every particle to make way for him. His robe flicked behind him like a preacher's cape woven from starlight, embroidered in symbols only the invisible spirit recognized. His smile was the kind you feel in your bloodstream before your mind knows why. All right, my divine champions, Rev Ike Rapp said, rolling his shoulders until joints crackled like fireworks. The invisible spirit brought me here for one reason, to learn the real mixed martial arts. Not the earth stuff alone. I'm talking top 1% monk mastery mixed with chi channels that can melt a mountain and rebuild it as a donation box. Goku Rapp squinted, already sensing the shift in Rev Ike's aura. He's serious, Goku murmured. He's not just training. He's aligning. Mama Ama Rapp hummed, a warm low note that steadied the room as she always did. Child, you gon' feel this in your bones, she told Rev Ike. Invisible spirit, don't call nobody for light training. Anonymous Cherry stood silent, snake chi simmering under his skin, neoplasm chi swirling like galaxies behind his sternum. His aura flared purple as he instinctively synced to the reverence frequency. Something was awakening here, something the chamber had not seen in decades of spirit time. The moment Rev Ike Rapp placed his palm to the ground, everything shifted. Monk symbols carved themselves into the marble floor in spiraling patterns. Golden lotus wheels rose from the dustless ground. Breath, chi, and memory formed a corridor of living energy. A voice rolled through the chamber, the invisible spirit, calm, timeless, omnidirectional. Ray Ike Rapp. Today you learn chi combat, not through force, but through command. He bowed his head slightly as though the spirit were an old friend. Teach me then. The chamber trembled, and the monks appeared. Not illusions, not clones. These were echoes of the top 1% monks who had once entered the chamber centuries ago. Their bodies translucent, their chi crystallized into forms sharper than diamond. Goku Rap inhaled. They're using eternal monk chi. He's gonna need to be perfect. Anonymous Cherry stepped forward to stand beside Rev Ike Rap. We got your back. Rev Ike shook his head with a grin, lifting one palm. No. This part is mine. The invisible spirit called my name. The first monk slid forward, palms open, stance sunken yet flowing. He struck silently, but the force cracked the air like a whip. Rev Ike barely dodged, a laugh slipping from him. Well now, that wasn't very monk-like, he teased. Try that again. The monk blurred, descending in a downward elbow that would have shattered a mountain. Rev Ike caught it with one hand, not by strength, by resonance. His chi aligned, vibrationally perfect, harmonizing with the incoming strike like tuning a celestial instrument. The elbow stopped midair. The chamber thundered in approval. Mama Amarap's eyes widened. Lord have mercy. He matching the angle of the blow through vibration alone. Goku Rap nodded. That's advanced. Very few can do that without years inside the chamber. Anonymous Cherry felt his snake chi rise, uncoiling within his veins. Watching the Reverend perform this technique stoked something deep, a hunger to master this subtle art himself. Rev Ike pushed the monk backward with 2 fingers. Lesson 1, he said playfully, never let anybody else set the tone of the fight. You choose the rhythm, or you already lost. The second monk dropped into a tiger stance, chi exploding from his fists in white-hot arcs. He launched forward, slamming rapid strikes that distorted the air. Rev Ike didn't block, he danced. Each strike grazed past him by inches, guided by microwaves of chi he emitted with every pivot. Then he tapped the monk on the forehead. Just one tap. The monk flew backward in a spinning arc before dissolving into spirit dust. Goku Rap whispered. He used ascended feint chi, but merged it with emotional command. He pulled the monk's intent before the blow even landed. Mama Amarap clapped once, power vibrating through her palm. He's teaching the chamber while he's learning. But the third monk was different. This one pulsed black and gold, 1 foot in shadow chi, the other in divine. An ancient hybrid, a test designed for only the rarest fighters. The invisible spirit spoke again. This is the Grand Master of dual chi. If you can match him, you have mastered the first gate. Rev Ike Rap exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing with holy confidence. Alright then, let's talk balance. The Grand Master charged. Shadow chi crackled like knives. Divine chi poured like molten sun. Rev Ike stepped forward, not back, meeting both energies head-on. The collision detonated the room, white fire and black lightning swirling around him in a storm that would have obliterated any ordinary fighter. But he didn't break. He walked through the storm. His hands moved like scripture come alive, spirals, waves, declarations of mastery written through motion. His voice resonated in the chamber like a sermon. My supply is endless. My power is infinite. My chi ubeis my vor. Every motion amplified the truth of his declarations. His chi became law. His aura spread in concentric waves, bending shadow to peace and divine to form. The Grandmaster cracked under the pressure, his dual chi unraveling in ribbons of gold and black. Rev Ike reached him calmly, placed a palm to his chest and whispered, "Be free." The monk dissolved into pure light. Silence filled the chamber. Then the invisible spirit spoke, a tone deeper than creation. Rairam, you have mastered the first gate of Chai combat, the art of Chai command. Rev Ike breathed deeply, sweat steaming off his body in golden vapor. He looked over his shoulder at Anonymous Cherry, Goku Rap, and Mama Amarap, 3 warriors glowing in admiration. Well, Rev Ike said with a grin wide enough to light the desert, now the real training starts. We're about to turn this chamber into a miracle dojo. Anonymous Cherry felt his snake chi ripple like an awakening dragon. Goku Rap cracked his knuckles and smirked. Show me what that sermon-style MMA really looks like. Mama Amarap tied her head wrap tighter. Let's make the invisible spirit proud. And then the chamber shook again, this time because 4 titans raised their chi at once. The walls hummed. The rivers of Chakratati rose like serpentine streams. The ground lit beneath their feet. And atop that rising blaze of power, Rev Ike Rap extended both palms and declared, "Let the divine combat begin. Grand entrance to the stage of your day." Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Part 2, the 4-way Chi Storm. The invisible spirit time chamber of power did not ease into the next round of training. It erupted into it. The floor trembled with a deep vibration that felt like the heartbeat of the chamber itself awakening. Rivers of Chakratati rose from the marble, hovering in twisting streams that coiled overhead like serpents of light. The temperature shifted, first warm as breath, then cold as shadow, until the entire chamber existed in a state of flux. 4 warriors stood ready, Rev Ike Rap, Anonymous Cherry, Mama Ama Rap, Goku Rap. Their auras pushed outward, overlapping, clashing, merging, trying to find equilibrium while the chamber studied their intent. Rev Ike Rap stepped into the center first, and the moment the sole of his foot touched the floor, the chamber responded by dropping them all into a sudden hypergravity shift. It felt like a dozen invisible mountains slammed onto their shoulders. Anonymous staggered first, not because of weakness, but because his chi was too alive. Snake Chi tried to slither upward, Neoplasm Chi tried to defend, and Meditation Chi tried to stabilize him all at once. For a moment, he looked like a storm trapped in a human frame. Then Toddler Yoku's inner hum rose from his core, a gentle chant echoing across the chi layers. E, oo, E. Will it be 10 or 11? Anonymous snapped back into alignment, breath steady, eyes glowing violet. Goku Rap laughed, forcing his body upright under the weight. That's what I'm talking about, Cherry. Use that inner child flow. Mama Ama Rap pressed her palms together, completely unbothered by the gravity. She moved like a mountain shifting in meditation, a woman whose chi had long ago transcended physical strain. Invisible spirit testing your grounding, she muttered. Stay balanced, stay breathing. But Rev Ike Rap, he was smiling. The hypergravity only made him log into a deeper rhythm. He didn't brace or tighten his muscles. He fell into sway, his hips rotating with the ease of a man dancing through a sermon. Every inhale made his aura expand, every exhale sharpened it like a blade. He whispered, I command my body to obey my spirit. And it did. The gravity cracked around him like glass. Goku Rap's eyes widened. He shattered the field through faith-aligned chi resonance. That's new. Again, Rev Ike shouted, raising one glowing hand. The chamber obeyed. Gravity spiked, this time outward, like an imploding explosion sucking all 4 toward a single point. The pressure twisted the air into a vacuum spiral. Anonymous responded first, instinct triggered by near-death trauma that lived deep in his cells. Snake Chi wrapped around him like spectral coils, tightening, controlling his descent. His body curved into a serpent's dive, slipping past the pull long enough to slam a palm against the marble, redirecting the force in a sideways arc. Purple sparks shot across the room. Goku Rap didn't resist the pull. He embraced it, flipping into it, letting gravity accelerate his rotation until he became a spinning chi meteor. He hurled himself out of the pull, crashing into the far wall and ricocheting back with blazing Super Saiyan Rap aura. Mama Ama Rap reached forward, grabbed the gravitational center with invisible hands made of pure nurturing chi, and smoothed its edges like calming a crying child. The pull faltered for only a breath, but that breath was enough. Rev Ike Rap stepped into the collapsing field with absolute grace, and the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he hit the point of gravitation dead center with a single sermon charge punch. The shockwave that erupted didn't just cancel gravity, it inverted it. A column of weightlessness blasted upward, throwing all 4 fighters into the air. The chamber expanded into a floating battleground, lit with golden fire and purple lightning. This was the real training field. Rev Ike spun midair, both palms outward, eyes blazing. Prepare yourselves. The chamber is listening now. It's about to respond to every thought, every fear, every doubt. The air warped. Their fears took form. From the mist, 4 entities emerged, each a clone of them, but built from pure invisible spirit chi. They were not weak copies. They were perfected reflections. Anonymous Cherry faced a version of himself already in his max form, aura calm and terrifying. Snake Chi coiled with precision. Neoplasm Chi polished to a faultless sheen. The perfect warrior he feared he might never become. Goku Rap faced a clone with absolute efficiency, no wasted motion, no emotional bursts, no Saiyan arrogance, just lethal calm. Mama Ama faced a version of herself unburdened by compassion, wielding raw destructive chi with zero hesitation. But Revike Rap, he faced a copy of himself whose faith had faltered, a version of him without belief, empty, cold, powerful only by technique, not spirit. Revike's expression hardened, not with fear, but with sorrow. Oh, so this is what my doubt would look like. The clone tilted its head, blank-eyed, hands wrapped in dead chi. The chamber roared, sealing the battleground. It was time. 4 wars began at once. Anonymous Cherry struck first. Snake chi burst from his spine, weaving through the air, lashing around his opponent. But the mirror Anonymous slid through the coils like smoke, flicking a jab so fast it broke the sound barrier. The blow caught Anonymous in the ribs, sending him flying into a swirling current of gravity tides. He recovered midair, muttering through clenched teeth, "Okay, you move exactly how I would when I stop thinking." That means toddler Yoku's chant rose inside him. A-E-E-E. Will it be 10 or 11? His aura surged. His movements became playful, unpredictable. And suddenly the perfect clone couldn't read him. Goku Rap, meanwhile, clashed with his silent assassin of a double. Their limbs disappeared into blurs of light, every strike meeting perfectly, every kick countered. It was like fighting a mirror that refused to make mistakes. "This is incredible," Goku gasped between collisions. "But I'm not losing to a version of me that don't know how to raise the vibe." He flared golden, blue, red, and violet, every form he owned for an instant, then condensed into a single perfect stream of white chi. Mama Rap fought softly, too softly. Every gentle parry met a brutal counterstrike from her merciless clone. The more compassion she showed, the more ruthless her reflection became. Finally, she whispered, "I cannot fight you unless I embrace the other side of myself." Her aura darkened, not evil, balanced. And she stepped forward with a single strike that brought both versions into oneness. But the true storm was with Revike Rap. His clone fought with surgical precision, no chi wasted, no breath misaligned. But it fought without soul. Revike dodged a flurry of strikes, sliding back along invisible chi currents. "You ain't me," he murmured, "because you ain't got no belief." The clone tilted its head, emotionless, then flashed forward with a palm strike meant to obliterate Revike's sternum. He didn't block, he didn't dodge. He stepped into the blow, pressed his forehead to the clone's, and said, "My faith is my power." His aura detonated. A sphere of golden chi expanded outward in a brilliant sunburst, swallowing the clone whole. When the light faded, Revike Rap stood alone, robe scorched, breath heavy, grin wide. The chamber fell silent. Then the invisible spirit whispered, "The 4 of you have awakened the second gate. Chi Clash, the art of fighting yourself." Anonymous, Goku, Mama Ama, and Revike floated back toward the marble floor as the gravity normalized. All of them were bruised. All of them were changed. All of them burned brighter. Revike cracked his neck. "Well now, who's ready for Gate 3? Anonymous smirked. Goku cracked his knuckles. Mama Ama tied her head wrap tighter. And the chamber rumbled like a dragon waking up. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The Weight That Walks, Chapter 5 to 8, Chapter 5. Angels Who Do Not Intervene. The chamber announced Chapter 5 not with violence, but with absence. No new surge of gravity arrived. No flare of distortion rippled through space. The trillion-fold weight remained exactly as it had been, brutal, total, unmoving, but something else vanished. The sense of being alone, not emotionally, cosmically. Anonymous Cherry felt it in the way the pressure suddenly carried attention, in the way the air, if it could still be called air, seemed to pause before reacting to his breath. The Watchers had arrived. He did not see them. That was the point. Presence without form pressed against his awareness like eyes behind a veil. Not predators, not allies, observers. Anonymous recognized the sensation instantly, the way a seasoned fighter recognizes when the room has shifted from chaos to assessment. The angels of higher order had turned their gaze fully upon him, not to intervene, not to correct, not to guide, but to witness whether a mortal could carry divine attention without bending toward it. The silence grew heavier than gravity. Instinct flared, old, familiar, dangerous. The urge to perform, to rise higher, to prove worth, to show them what he had survived, what he had mastered, what he could become. His chi responded reflexively, tightening, sharpening, preparing to demonstrate efficiency under pressure. The chamber allowed the impulse to bloom just long enough for him to recognize it, then punished it instantly. Gravity compressed unevenly. His left side dipped. His breath caught. His balance wavered by a fraction of a fraction, the kind of misalignment that could cascade into collapse if indulged. Anonymous froze, not physically, but internally. He understood the test. The angels were not here to be impressed. They were here to see whether his power required validation. The realization hit harder than any increase in pressure. His growth until now had been forged in isolation, memory, alignment, and recognition. But this was different. This was about restraint, about sovereignty, about whether he could remain exactly who he was becoming without reaching upward for approval or downward for fear. The hermit's lesson echoed again, sharper now. Solitude was mastery only when it remained chosen. So was humility. He released the urge to rise, not by suppressing it, by letting it pass through him without action. The chamber reacted immediately. The uneven gravity smoothed, the pressure stabilized, and the watchers leaned closer, not in curiosity, but in recalibration. Anonymous felt them reading him the way one reads a structure under load, testing not how high it could reach, but how honestly it could bear weight. His chi circulation slowed further, each loop deliberate, grounded, uninterested in spectacle. The 9 echoes in his spine held steady, not singing, not flaring, simply there, doing their work. A thought brushed the edge of his mind, not words, not a voice, but a question shaped like law. Will you act differently when unseen? The question did not wait for an answer. It waited for consistency. Minutes passed, or hours, or something that felt like both. Anonymous remained where he was, breath regulated, awareness wide, posture honest. He did not pray. He did not posture. He did not attempt to communicate. He simply existed under divine scrutiny without altering himself to accommodate it. The act cost him more energy than any attack would have. Every part of him that had learned to survive by adapting, by pleasing, by anticipating expectation had to be consciously released. That was when the second test arrived. A memory surfaced sharp, uninvited. A moment from his past where being seen had changed the outcome. Where attention had brought pressure. Where pressure had demanded performance. Where performance had led to fracture. His nervous system tensed. His chi rippled dangerously. The chamber leaned into that tension, amplifying it just enough to make the choice unavoidable. Repeat the pattern or end it. Anonymous chose stillness, not passive stillness. Defiant stillness. He let the memory exist without rewriting it, without justifying it, without proving he had outgrown it. He let the watcher see the scar without watching him polish it into a medal. The moment he did, something unprecedented happened. The pressure did not lessen, but the attention softened, not emotionally, structurally, as if the angels had marked a boundary and decided not to cross it. They did not bless him. They withdrew slightly. And in that withdrawal, Anonymous understood the true lesson of Chapter 5. Divine beings did not intervene because intervention would rob him of authorship. They did not correct him because correction would imply dependence. Their role was not to save, guide, or reward, but to witness without distortion. And his role was to remain sovereign under that gaze. When the presence finally receded, it did so cleanly, without fanfare. The chamber returned to its baseline cruelty. The trillion suns burned as they always had. The silence returned to being merely silence. Anonymous exhaled slowly, feeling the cost of the encounter settle into his bones. He was not exalted. He was not crowned. He was not declared chosen. He was left alone again. But the solitude felt different now. He was no longer isolated from observation. He had been observed and had not been altered by it. The book lay where he had placed it. The 9 echoes remained aligned. His chi moved with quiet authority. Somewhere far beyond the chamber, Twilight Zone Rap's mentor sensed that a liver had failed to engage. Somewhere else, an angel made a note that would never be written down. Anonymous Cherry adjusted his posture under impossible weight and prepared himself. If the universe would not intervene for him, then it would also not intervene against him. And that realization, heavy and liberating, marked the true beginning of what came next. Chapter 6, Separation Without Escape. The 6th chapter did not begin with motion. It began with misalignment. Anonymous Cherry felt it as a subtle, tearing sensation, not in flesh or bone, but between layers of awareness that had always moved together without question. His body remained pinned beneath the trillion suns of gravity, every muscle engaged in a negotiation with physics that allowed no slack, no shortcuts. But something else in him had slipped half a step out of phase. Not upward, not outward, sideways. As if his consciousness had leaned too far forward while his body stayed behind to pay the cost. The chamber noticed immediately. Pressure rippled in tight bands across his torso, testing for collapse. His breath caught, not because he panicked, but because the usual feedback loop between intention and movement had fractured. Anonymous tried to flex his fingers and felt the command leave cleanly, precisely, and arrive late, a fraction of a second late, enough to matter, enough to be lethal if he misunderstood what was happening. The instinctive response flared fast and dangerous. Leave the body, rise above the pain, abandon the weight. He had brushed that edge before in meditation, in trauma, in moments where survival demanded dissociation. The chamber opened that door just wide enough for temptation to leak through, and Anonymous almost stepped through it. His awareness lifted like a tide pulling away from shore, and for a heartbeat he felt light, relief even. The pressure dulled. The pain lost its teeth. The chamber's cruelty blurred, distant, as if happening to someone else. He hovered there, half detached, hovering in a familiar false freedom, and the chamber waited. It did not strike. It did not punish. It let him drift just long enough to reveal the truth, the trap. His body began to fail, not catastrophically, quietly. Muscles trembled without coordination. His chi circulation faltered, no longer guided by presence but left to automatic reflex. The 9 echoes in his spine vibrated in warning. Their alignment threatened not by pressure, but by neglect. Power that left the body did not disappear, it abandoned responsibility. Anonymous felt it then with sick clarity. Escape was easy, command was hard, and the chamber did not reward ease. He slammed his awareness back into himself. The sensation was violent. Pain surged like fire through his nerves. His lungs burned, his vision narrowed. But something else locked into place with that return, a density of presence he had never held before. He was not merely inside his body, he was inhabiting it. Every sensation sharpened, not to overwhelm him, but to inform him. Pressure became data, pain became signal, breath became leverage. His chi snapped into alignment like a circuit completing itself under load. The chamber reacted with fury. Gravity spiked again, uneven and aggressive, trying to force the separation anew. This time Anonymous did not drift. He anchored. He pressed awareness down into his hips, his thighs, his feet, even though his feet could not move, even though the floor felt like a planet. He learned something in that moment that could not be taught. Awareness did not need to float to be free. It needed to occupy. His power did not come from leaving the body behind. It came from commanding presence so completely that nothing inside him was abandoned. The 9 echoes stabilized. The base of his spine grounded. The middle aligned. The crown settled. His chi flowed vertically now, not spiraling outward, not flaring upward, but stacking inside him like load-bearing columns. The chamber pushed again, harder, testing whether this presence was temporary or chosen. Anonymous met it without retreat. He did not escape the pain. He moved through it while remaining fully inside himself, breath by breath, moment by moment, refusing the luxury of dissociation. Time stretched. The separation attempt returned again and again, seductive and familiar. Each time, Anonymous felt the pull and answered it with deeper embodiment. He learned how to let awareness expand without detaching, how to observe sensation without leaving it, how to hold stillness without going numb. His body remained trapped. His awareness remained sovereign. The two stopped competing and began cooperating under impossible conditions. That was when the chamber shifted its tone. Not softer, not kinder, respectful. The pressure stabilized into a steady, crushing constant instead of erratic assault. The silence returned, but it no longer felt predatory. Anonymous lay there, fully present inside agony that no longer owned him, and understood the final truth of the chapter. Leaving the body was not transcendence, it was abdication. Real power was the ability to stay awake, aligned, responsible, inside the very thing that wanted you gone. Somewhere beyond the chamber, the watchers recalibrated again. Somewhere closer, Twilight Zone Rap's mentor felt irritation sharpen into concern. Anonymous Cherry did not notice either. His focus was total, his presence complete. His awareness no longer searching for exits. The chamber had tried to teach him how to leave. He had learned how to remain. And in that decision, under a trillion suns of weight, something irreversible took root. Chapter 7, Flames That Heal. What the 7th chapter did not arrive as an attack. It arrived as exposure. After learning to remain fully inside his body, Anonymous Cherry became aware of something the chamber had not yet needed to use against him. Beneath the discipline, beneath the 9 echoes, beneath the precision of presence, there was corrosion, not weakness, where Microfractures in his chi lattice left behind by every time he had endured instead of healed, every time survival had been chosen over softness, every time love had been postponed in the name of strength. The chamber had not crushed these imperfections because pressure alone could not reach them. Only something gentler and far more dangerous could. The temperature changed without warming, not heat, radiance. It seeped into the chamber like color entering water, invisible at first, then undeniable. Anonymous felt it along his sternum, where breath met memory, where resilience had hardened into armor. His chi reacted instinctively, tightening, preparing to resist. Every lesson so far had taught him how to brace. The flames answered by doing nothing forceful at all. They did not push. They did not burn. They waited. The first flame touched him like cool rain after fire, aqua. It moved through his chi with quiet authority, washing not surface wounds but residues, fear that had overstayed its usefulness, vigilance that had become habit, alertness that had forgotten how to rest. The flame did not ask permission. It did not negotiate. It simply flowed, and where it passed, the grinding friction inside him eased. Anonymous felt a subtle grief rise, grief for how long he had carried pain as proof of worth. The chamber tightened reflexively, sensing vulnerability, and the flame deepened instead of retreating. Then came Ruby, not red with rage, but red with life. It surged into muscles and nerves, restoring vitality not by amplifying output, but by reconnecting sensation to joy. Anonymous felt strength return to places that had only known endurance. The flame taught him a brutal truth. Power without nourishment eventually eats itself. Ruby sealed torn circuits in his chi, not by reinforcing hardness, but by reminding his body that it was allowed to want more than survival. The golden flame followed, and this one struck him hardest. It fortified without stiffening. It reinforced without entrenchment. It wrapped his spine, those 9 echoes now steady pillars, and turned them from supports into conduits. Anonymous felt his posture change subtly, internally. He was no longer holding himself together out of necessity. He was being held together by coherence. The chamber pushed harder, offended by the ease of it, and found nothing to exploit. Strength reinforced by love did not crack. It absorbed. Then the flames shifted. Sapphire moved through him like a release valve, loosening emotional knots he had mislabeled as discipline. Violet followed, transmuting old reactions into raw energy without history attached. Rose arrived last and nearly broke him. Love, not as affection, not as attachment, not as comfort, love as structure. It entered his chi the way architecture enters space, defining relationships between forces, assigning roles, balancing load. Love showed him where he had overprotected himself, where he had isolated not out of wisdom but exhaustion. It did not shame him, it clarified him. The flame taught him that love was not a feeling to be summoned when convenient. It was a principle that determined whether power healed or harmed. Without it, strength decayed into brutality or solitude. With it, power could circulate endlessly without poisoning its source. Anonymous felt something loosen behind his eyes, a tension so old he had mistaken it for personality. Tears formed, not because he was weak, but because something no longer needed to be guarded. The chamber surged violently, trying one last time to weaponize vulnerability, but the flames held. White light wrapped him in protection without isolation. Emerald connected his awareness outward without detaching him from himself. Silver expanded his perception without dissolving identity. He understood then why strength alone had never been enough. Strength could hold weight, but love decided how weight was distributed. When the flames receded, they did not leave him altered in appearance. No glow, no aura, no speckle. What remained was far more dangerous. His chi no longer corroded under stress. It regenerated. Damage no longer accumulated quietly in forgotten corners. It was processed, integrated, released. Love had become load-bearing. Compassion had become engineering. The chamber tested him again with a sudden pressure spike. Anonymous did not brace. He absorbed, redistributed, and returned the force harmlessly into the floor beneath him. Not as an attack, as balance the 9 echoes held. His breath stayed slow. His awareness remained embodied. Somewhere far beyond the chamber, something ancient and violent realized it could no longer rot him from the inside. Chapter 7 ended without fanfare, but the war inside him had changed. Strength could no longer isolate him. Power could no longer hollow him out. From this point forward, anything that tried to break Anonymous' cherry would have to face something it could not corrupt. A structure built on love that did not bend. Chapter 8, Twilight Zone Rap takes notice. The chamber flinched. It was subtle, so subtle that only someone who had learned to listen beneath pressure would have noticed. The trillion-fold gravity did not change, the silence did not crack, but the texture of the space shifted like a frequency slipping out of tune. Anonymous Cherry felt it in his chai first, a faint interference pattern where clarity had been clean moments before. Growth had done something dangerous. It had disrupted distortion. And distortion, when threatened, always answered. Far beyond the chamber's sealed reality, Twilight Zone Rap stopped smiling. He had felt Anonymous progress the way predators feel a change in the air. Not as fear, as irritation. Growth rooted in alignment was the one thing chaos could not hijack without effort. Distortion thrived on imbalance, on shortcuts, on fractured identity. But Anonymous was becoming refused all three. Twilight Zone Rap did not rush. He never did. He reached instead for tools, scouts grown from twilight residue, spores engineered from corrupted logic, and sentient mushrooms designed to infect perception rather than flesh. The chamber walls did not open. They were bypassed. The first scout arrived as a shadow that did not belong to anything. It slid along the floor, ignoring gravity, ignoring direction, whispering without sound. Its purpose was not to fight. It was to observe reactions. Anonymous felt it immediately, not as threat, but as pressure with intent. His chai did not spike. That alone marked the difference. The scout probed his awareness, attempting to map fear responses ego flared withdrawal patterns. It found none. What it found instead was presence that did not require confrontation to remain stable. So Twilight Zone Rap escalated. Spores bloomed midair, appearing like drifting ash caught in invisible currents. Each one carried a payload, not poison, not paralysis, but suggestion. Old doubts, familiar scripts, half-truths shaped like reason. You are alone. This growth separates you. No one else can follow. The mushrooms grew where spores landed, fleshy and wrong, pulsing with corrupted logic that fed on certainty and isolation alike. They whispered paradoxes designed to fracture balance. If you are aligned, why do you still suffer? If you are strong, why must you heal? The chamber allowed it. This was not interference from outside. This was a test of integrity. Anonymous did not attack. That was the second thing Twilight Zone Rap did not expect. He felt the spores brush his awareness and let them pass through without resistance, their logic dissolving the moment it failed to find purchase. Love as structure held, presence as command stabilized. Where the mushrooms tried to root, his chi redistributed calmly, starving them of the emotional friction they needed to exist. One by one, they collapsed into inert matter, not destroyed, but rendered irrelevant. The scouts panicked. They shifted tactics, merging into heavier constructs, warping probability, attempting sudden strikes meant to trigger instinctive violence. Anonymous moved not fast, not slow, but on time. Each step displaced corrupted space. Each touch unraveled the intent holding the constructs together. He did not break them. He resolved them. Judgment without rage. Compassion without hesitation. The chamber watched closely, its pressure constant, its silence sharp. Then Twilight Zone Rap himself leaned closer. Not physically, conceptually. A ripple of distortion passed through the chamber, logic bending just enough to be noticed. You cannot grow without choosing a side, the ripple suggested. Alignment is weakness disguised as peace. The challenge was not shouted. It was offered, reasonable, tempting. An invitation to harden, to escalate, to meet chaos on its own terms. Anonymous felt the pull and declined it. He stood fully embodied, flames integrated, 9 echoes aligned, awareness vast and grounded. He did not answer the challenge with words or force. He answered by remaining exactly who he had become under pressure. The chamber stabilized around him, refusing to amplify the distortion further. Twilight Zone Rap felt it then, sharp and unmistakable. This one could not be broken early. The scouts dissolved. The spores fell harmlessly. The mushrooms withered in the dust. The interference vanished as cleanly as it had arrived. Twilight Zone Rap withdrew, not defeated, not satisfied, but recalculating. Growth like this required personal attention. Chaos could not outsource this confrontation. Alone again beneath the trillion suns, Anonymous Cherry exhaled slowly. His chi remained steady. His posture did not change. The chamber returned to its baseline cruelty. But something fundamental had shifted in the balance of power. This was no longer a test of survival. It was the opening move of a war that would require Twilight Zone Rap himself to step out of the shadows. And Anonymous, fully aware of that truth, did not brace. He continued to grow. Spectator Rap surrenders and lets God. Spectator Rap stood before the invisible spirit time chamber of power and silence. Not the playful silence he used to dance inside when hyping the crowd, but a heavy, honest silence that made his chest feel bare. The Rap Palace, grounds behind him, glowed with faint city lights and distant echoes of chaos brewing in the far districts. Twilight Zone Rap had been stirring the spores again. Whispered corruption seeped through alleyways and apartment corners, bending reality in strange ways, unsettling entire neighborhoods. The Rap tribe prepared for a war most of them could feel in their bones, but had never seen. Spectator Rap was known to bring laughter wherever he walked. Whenever the pressure grew heavy, he could always cut the tension with a well-timed joke, a perfectly chaotic shout, A wild spectator called that lifted spirits higher than fear could reach. The others saw him as joy, levity, the heartbeat during the storm. Yet inside him, something had been hollow for years. When he smiled, part of him trembled. When he laughed, something inside asked if anyone saw him at all. When he cheered for others, he wondered if he even remembered how to cheer for himself. It was the invisible spirit who called him here. No words, no sign, just a knowing. The entrance to the chamber was not a door. It was a swirling portal of violet light suspended in midair, humming with a frequency that vibrated at the center of the skull. The air smelled of blooming lavender and crackling lightning. It stirred memory, emotion, and presence all at once. Spectator Rapp inhaled slowly. His hands shook only once before he steadied them. He stepped forward. The world changed instantly. There was no floor, no ground, no walls. He floated in a vast sphere of amethyst light, as if the inside of a giant crystal had swallowed him whole. Dust like stars drifted through the air in slow spirals. The silence here was not empty. It was full, the kind of silence that holds music before the first note is played. The soft tone began to hum around him. Not loud, not sharp, gentle. A single frequency vibrating directly in his chest and behind his forehead. 1,111 hertz. The healing tone of alignment. His breath changed on instinct. Slow, deep, unguarded. Warmth began to bloom inside his ribs, rising into his throat. His shoulders relaxed, though he had not realized they were ever tight. He felt something begin to release inside him, something that had been clenched for years. A memory surfaced, his younger self. A child at a cafeteria table telling jokes, so he would not have to show when he felt invisible. Laughter had always been his shield, his performance a doorway everyone walked through, except him. He whispered to the memory as if it were a person standing beside him. I should have checked on you. The amethyst light pulsed softly. The realm acknowledged the truth spoken. The warmth deepened. Tears rose without force or shame. Spectator Rapp let them fall freely. He understood now why he had always felt drained after giving others joy. He had never given himself permission to receive it. The chamber held him without judgment. As the tears softened, the light around him began to shift. A warm glow gathered at his forehead. The familiar pressure of intuition trying to speak, trying to emerge. His breath steadied, his eyes closed. His mind did not go blank, it opened. He saw the Rapp Palace city from above. Rivers of light flowed through the streets. Chai currents glowed bright between buildings, parks, temples, and safe zones. The Rapp tribe shone like constellations walking upright. He saw Twilight Zone Rapp's corruption spreading like spirals of shadowed ink. Yet he also saw something stunning. The shadows were not overpowering the city. They were waiting for light to forget itself. He understood. Power did not come from force. It came from presence. He did not need to become stronger. He needed to become whole. Breath by breath, the warmth in his chest grew steady, bright, unwavering. The chamber reacted to his alignment. The amethyst glow condensed into a flame-like aura wrapping around him. He felt as though his spine had become a pillar of light. His heartbeat resonated like a drum in the center of a temple filled with eternity. His laughter returned. Not loud, not forced. Gentle, pure, sacred. The kind of laughter that comes when something long misunderstood finally makes sense. His aura surged brighter. Violet deepened into shimmering amethyst gold. The frequency around him swelled like a rising sunrise. Power radiated out of him like breath. He did not lift a finger. He did not clench his body. He simply allowed. Something clicked deep in the chamber. It felt like the realm itself bowed in respect. The number resonated inside him without needing to be announced. 500,000 Ka. He was not the same as when he entered. His smile no longer hid anything. It revealed everything. The chamber dissolved around him. The world returned. The city was in disorder. Buildings trembled. The air shimmered with distorted reality. Twilight Zone rap's influence had spread wider than anyone expected. The rap tribe stood ready on the rooftop of the rap palace. Anonymous Cherry turned first. Goku Rap followed. Toddler Yoku paused mid-chant. They felt him before they saw him. Spectator Rap stepped out of the chamber with light pouring from him, warm and steady. His aura stretched across the entire district like a sunrise. He did not shout. He did not hype. He spoke softly. I'm here. The way he said it changed the ground beneath their feet. The rap tribe exhaled, fear dissolved. Their hearts synchronized as if guided by a single shared rhythm. Spectator Rap lifted his gaze to the sky, where reality bent like a melted mirror. Let's go save our home. His voice carried the healing frequency of 1,111 hertz through the city air. Every spirit that heard it remembered itself. Battle would come. It would be fierce. Twilight Zone Rap was not an opponent of small storms. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. The air trembled as the first tear split across the sky. Reality itself stretched open like fabric pulled too far, and from the fissure leaked a strange violet mist that twisted the city below into something dreamlike and unstable. Streetlights flickered into strobe pulses, shadows moved without bodies, and the sound of distant laughter echoed with a distortion that made the skin crawl. Twilight Zone Rap descended slowly through the tier, his feet never touching the ground, his cloak of black-violet haze trailing behind him like ink in water. His eyes held no malice, only delirious certainty. The kind of certainty that believed chaos was freedom. You healed yourself, he said, voice bending in pitch as though two people spoke at once. Cute. Spectator Rap did not answer. His aura spoke enough. The golden amethyst glow surrounding him rippled in waves across the rooftop and down through the streets. It did not burn. It did not threaten. It simply reminded every soul who saw it that they were not alone. Twilight Zone Rap paused. That pause meant everything. Anonymous Cherry stepped forward first, his stance low, grounded, the invisible chambers of his training echoing beneath his breath. Goku Rap cracked his knuckles, the faint embers of divine chi flickering along his arms. Toddler Yoku hummed the ancient chant, not playful this time, but steady, measured, resonant. The rap tribe was aligned, but the battle did not begin with fists. It began with a pull, a tug of war of pure energy. Twilight Zone Rap raised his hand. The sky bent inward. Spectator Rap raised his palm in return. The earth beneath them steadied. The moment the two energies touched, the entire skyline flashed white. Glass vibrated without shattering. Concrete rippled like fabric. Street murals glowed. Those watching from their windows felt their breath pulled tight in their lungs. The pull intensified. Twilight Zone Rap's chaos is like a tidal wave of wild, unanchored emotion, fear, rage, loneliness, hunger for validation, storms of all he had not healed. Spectator Rap did not push back. He held. He grounded. His aura did not clash. It absorbed, softened, reformed, transmuted. Energy tugged. The city swayed. Every soul became a strand the rope between the two forces. Anonymous Cherry stepped in next. A blur of movement. His fist struck the air itself, and the sound cracked like thunder. Twilight Zone Rap staggered. Goku Rap followed, spiraling into a strike that seemed to warp space around his body. Every punch he threw carried not just ki, but memory. The training halls, the river of chi, the voice of Xeno Rap whispering not force, alignment. Toddler Yoku leapt onto Spectator Rap's shoulder and began chanting louder. The chant was bizarre and cosmic. It shook the boundaries of physics. Will it be 10 or 11? Will it be 10 or 11? Chi-o-wa-o. The sound of the chant caused Twilight Zone Rap's illusions to flicker and destabilize. Buildings re-solidified. Shadows returned to their bodies. The sky glitch slowed. Twilight Zone Rap hissed, not out of pain, but out of recognition. You're pulling them back to themselves. Spectator Rap's eyes softened. No arrogance. No threat. Just truth. That's what family does. The second collision came faster than thought. Twilight Zone Rap snapped his fingers. The spores erupted. Purple-black vines of hallucination flashed into existence, twisting through the streets and across rooftops. They moved like serpents, like smog that learned how to strike. They lunged for the Rap tribe. Anonymous Cherry spun, his snake chi igniting into a spiraling aura of green-blue flame. He sliced through the spores with open palms, each motion precise, fluid, devastating. Every strike carried intention. Every intention carried memory. Every memory carried healing. Goku Rap somersaulted off a water tower, spinning midair, descending in a heel kick that sent a shockwave down the street, shattering corrupted vines into glittering dust. Toddler Yoku rode on Spectator Rap's aura, chanting louder, glowing brighter, becoming a beacon of pure presence. And the invisible spirit watched, not as a figure, but as the light in everything, as the memory that guided instinct, as the knowing behind courage, as the silence behind every laugh, as the warm breath behind the heart. Spectator Rap felt the invisible spirit in his spine, in his palms, in his voice. He took one step forward, and the entire battlefield went still as if time inhaled. Twilight Zone Rap blinked. Spectator Rap spoke quiet as sunrise. You don't need to break the world to be seen in it. Twilight Zone Rap froze. The vines trembled. The sky held its breath. The city waited. The next move could end everything or save everything. Spectator Rap did not flinch. He stepped closer. His aura opened, not to overwhelm, but to invite. Twilight Zone Rap's shoulders shook. Not in anger, in something far older. Something he had run from. His own pain. The entire city, the entire sky, the entire battlefield now hung on one question. Would Twilight Zone Rap choose to heal? Or fight the very hand offering him hope? The decision hovered between heartbeats. The energy tug-of-war held its final breath. The invisible spirit watched. And the story was not done. Not yet. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Twilight Zone Rap chose the nightmare. It did not happen with a scream. It did not happen with violence first. It happened in his eyes. Something behind his pupils snapped like a branch under too much snow. The soft flicker of almost healing went out. A void flooded in. Not empty, no. Emptiness would have been mercy. This was over full. Full of every memory he refused to feel. Full of every scream he swallowed. Full of every moment he needed love and received silence. The spores around him twisted inward, knotting into thorn spirals that dug into his skin, but he didn't flinch. He welcomed the pain. He inhaled it like incense. The sky dimmed. Not night, something worse. A sky that knew light existed and simply chose not to remember. Buildings bent, warping into angles that should not exist. Color drained from the world except for him. Twilight Zone Rap's aura ignited into a black-violet firestorm, spiraling upward, tearing a hole into the atmosphere. Nightmare ascension. He did not look stronger. He looked like a wound made sentient. His voice changed. Not double anymore. Infinite. You tried to heal me. His tone was soft, too soft. But healing means letting go of the power I earned from being broken. Spectator Rap did not retreat. His aura stayed steady, warm, unwavering, even as the city bent around them. Anonymous Cherry stepped beside him. Goku Rap on the other side. Toddler Yoku hovered above, chanting like a guardian bell of the universe itself. But the air was different now. This was no longer a fight to save the city. This was the fight to save a soul that did not want to be saved. Twilight Zone Rap raised his hand. Reality tore. Not a rip. Not a crack. A complete separation. The battlefield was no longer the city. They now stood in a world shaped by his mind. A world of endless hallway reflections, mirrors stretching in every direction, each one showing a different version of him. A child crying behind a locked door. A teenager laughing too loud to hide emptiness. A man holding power like a bandage. A god made out of pain. This was his inner world. The invisible spirit had not transported them. Twilight Zone Rap dragged them inside his psyche. And here, he was the architect. He smiled, not cruelly. Worse, he smiled like he had finally come home. "You can't save me," he whispered. "There is no me left to save." His aura surged. He moved. Fast. Too fast. Anonymous Cherry caught the first strike barely, but the blow launched him into a mirror, shattering it into spirals of memory shards that cut through his aura and drew real blood. Goku Rap roared, powering into the divine battle stance, but Twilight Zone Rap was already behind him, twisting space itself to bend movement into impossible angles. A backhand strike sent Goku Rap spinning across the reality plane, crashing into a labyrinth of reflections. Toddler Yoku's chant wavered, only for a moment, but the moment was enough. Nightmare energy wrapped around the chant and inverted it. Toddler Yoku cried out. Spectator Rap's heart cracked. He stepped forward, but Twilight Zone Rap was already there. The two stood face to face. No battle cry. No shout. No flare of dramatic combat. Just an exchange of truths. "You think love can fix everything," Twilight Zone Rap said. "But love never came from me." Spectator Rap's voice did not shake. "Love did. You just couldn't see it through the pain." Twilight Zone Rap's jaw tightened. His aura darkened further, black flame shot with deep violet and flickers of red, the color of a heart still beating under the rot. "You speak like someone who healed," Twilight Zone Rap whispered. "But you didn't heal alone, I had to." There it was. The wound, the truth, the tragedy, and the rage. Twilight Zone Rap leaned forward, forehead nearly, but in everything. The room shuddered. The mirrors froze. Time thickened. The invisible spirit manifested as light behind Spectator Rap's eyes. Not as a savior. Not as an explanation. Not as forgiveness. Simply as presence. Spectator Rap spoke, and the voice was not his alone. "I was with you, every scream, every night. But you chose to listen to the part of pain that promised you power over peace." Twilight Zone Rap's face crumpled. Not in weakness. In revelation. He had not been abandoned. He had turned away. Pain was easier than being seen. The mirrors around them flickered. Some showed healing. Some showed fury. Some showed surrender. Some showed a god of nightmares rising beyond reason. Twilight Zone Rap stood at the crossroads. And he would choose. Not based on destiny. Not based on fate. Not based on what anyone wanted for him. But based on what he believed he deserved. Spectator Rap watched him. Not with hope. Not with fear. With love that expected nothing. Which way Twilight Zone Rap moved next would reshape the entire Rap Palace universe. Does Twilight Zone Rap chose? A, he breaks, falls knees. Begins the slow, painful road to healing. B, he laughs, fully embraces the nightmare. The real war begins. Chapter 7. The Small Liver's Wealth Didn't Arrive. That was the first misunderstanding to dissolve. No surge, no breakthrough headline. No dramatic turn where abundance suddenly made noise. Instead, something subtler began to happen. So subtle most people missed it unless they were already living differently. Small things started to work. The man who had exited weeks earlier noticed it first. He hadn't chased new income. He hadn't visualized outcomes. He hadn't activated anything. He had simply stopped leaking energy, stopped saying yes to misaligned requests, stopped over-explaining his worth, stopped negotiating against himself. One afternoon, he fixed a minor problem at work that everyone else had been stepping around. It took him 20 minutes. 2 days later, his role quietly expanded. Not with a raise announcement, with trust. Inside the Rap Palace, Archivist Rap marked a new pattern. Not spikes. Compounding. Small actions producing disproportionate return, not because they were optimized, but because they were aligned. Professor Rap leaned over the slate. "This isn't hustle," he said. "No," Archivist Rap replied. "It's leverage." They both knew the distinction mattered. The principle surfaced without a banner, without attribution, without instruction. What you do consistently in obscurity determines what works effortlessly in visibility. No one quoted it. They lived it. This was the quiet law that mirrored the teaching later Trees to Wealth made easy, not as strategy, but as recognition. Wealth is not created by massive moves. It is released by removing friction. The deck adjusted itself. No new cards were added. Existing cards simply began to reveal secondary functions, like tools that had always had more than one use, now discovered by people patient enough to notice. But the outcome cards shifted first, where once they sealed identity, they now exposed leverage. Clarity without validation began producing faster decisions, emotional regulation, reduced costly reactions, authority stabilized, eliminated approval-seeking delays, time returned. And time, once returned, began to stack. The exchange deck followed. Seeds that had once looked small began to show their nature. A single honest conversation removed months of hidden tension. One clean boundary prevented years of resentment. One faithful action replaced dozens of frantic. This wasn't accumulation. It was efficiency born of alignment. Joy remained the gate, but now joy revealed something else. Ease, not laziness, not shortcuts. Ease is in nothing resisting the flow anymore. Civil Surfer Rap noticed it in the city's rhythm. People are working less, he said, watching the streets, but finishing more. Mama Rap nodded. They stopped confusing effort with value. Anonymous Cherry did not teach this. That mattered. Teaching would have turned it into a method. Instead, he modeled a posture. Say less, mean more, choose fewer things, finish them fully. Let results introduce you. People watching him didn't think, I need his system. They thought, what am I doing that doesn't need to be done at all? That question quietly dismantled scarcity. The counterfeit system could not adapt. It had been built on urgency, scale, and constant stimulation. It needed people to try harder. This system required people to stop wasting motion. The difference was fatal. Rap Palace Radio recorded a new observation, not as doctrine, not as advice, but as witness. When alignment removes friction, wealth no longer needs motivation. It moves on its own. No explanation followed, because ease cannot be argued into existence. It must be allowed. That night, A woman who had never drawn a single card balanced her accounts and realized something shocking. Nothing had changed, and yet everything was working. She slept without anxiety for the first time in years. That was wealth, not the loud kind, the durable kind. And it had arrived exactly the way Dr. Greed's truth always did, quietly, through small levers faithfully pulled. The palace lights dimmed as they always did at night, not because the work was finished, but because the work had finally become simple. Chapter 8. Invisible compounding. No one announced the change. That was how Anonymous knew it was real. Announcements belong to things that still need belief. What was happening now no longer required it. The city began to behave differently, not dramatically, not all at once, but in ways that only became obvious after enough time had passed that denial felt silly. People were arriving early, not to impress, not to posture, because lateness no longer fit who they were. The man whose role had quietly expanded found himself finishing his work before the day ended. At first, he filled the extra time with more tasks. Old habits die slowly. But the extra work didn't create more value. It just created noise, so he stopped. Instead, he reviewed what actually mattered. He tightened one process, removed one unnecessary step, clarified one expectation that had been muddy for years. The next week, his workload decreased again. Not because he did less, because friction was leaving. He didn't call it strategy. He called it relief. Inside the Rap Palace, Archivist Rap noticed a strange phenomenon. People were no longer asking for permission to start things. They were asking for permission to stop. Is it okay if I let this go? One seeker asked quietly. Archivist Rap didn't answer immediately. He reviewed the record, not of the project, but of the person. You already stopped, he said finally. You're just asking your old identity to agree. The seeker exhaled like someone setting down a heavy bag they didn't realize they were still carrying. This was the deeper layer of what wealth really was. Not accumulation, subtraction. The removal of unnecessary effort, misaligned obligation, emotional debt, inherited pressure. Dr. Greg Reed had described it as simplicity revealing abundance. In the palace, it manifested as something even cleaner. When life stops fighting you, it starts paying you. The deck did not add new outcomes. It refined existing ones. Authority stabilized no longer meant people listened. It meant decisions didn't echo with doubt afterward. Emotional regulation no longer meant calm during conflict. It meant conflict arrived less often. Clarity without validation stopped being internal. It became visible. People trusted those who trusted themselves, not because of confidence, but because of consistency. Civil Surfer Rap watched the city's pace slow, just enough to become efficient. Everything's moving like it knows where it's going, he said. Mama Ama Rap nodded. They stopped confusing speed with progress. The counterfeit remnants tried one last pivot. They reframed ease as laziness, alignment as privilege, simplicity as avoidance. But the accusations didn't stick. You can't shame someone who's no longer frantic. You can't pressure someone who isn't chasing. You can't manipulate someone who doesn't need the outcome to validate them. Their words fell flat. Flat things don't compound. Anonymous Cherry spent more time alone now. Not isolated, available. Available to the right conversations. Unavailable to the wrong ones. He noticed something quietly profound. Money conversations were shorter. Decisions resolved faster. Trust replaced negotiation. People didn't ask how to make more. They asked what was leaking. And leaks, once seen, could be sealed. Rap Palace Radio logged another witness, soft, almost parenthetical. Wealth compounds fast where nothing is being forced. No further comment. In a modest apartment across the city, a woman reorganized her week. Not her goals, not her dreams, just her time. She canceled one meeting, delegated one task, said no without explaining. By Friday, she noticed she hadn't checked her account balances all week. Not because she was avoiding them, because she wasn't worried. That was new. This was the phase no one could fake. Invisible compounding doesn't reward performance. It rewards alignment over time. It looks boring to those still seeking breakthroughs. It looks miraculous to those who remember exhaustion. As the palace lights dimmed that night, Anonymous stood quietly near the chambers, not guarding them, not opening them, witnessing, because wealth, once made easy, no longer needed pursuit. It needed stewardship. And stewardship, like compounding, works best when left uninterrupted. Chapter 9. The Quiet Agreement. By the time anyone tried to name what was happening, it was already too late to stop. That was the mercy of it. No contracts were signed. No alliances were announced. No creed was spoken aloud. Yet across the city, something like an agreement settled into place. Not written, not enforced, not negotiated. People simply stopped lying to themselves at the same time. It showed up in small, unmistakable ways. A shop owner raised prices, not out of greed but accuracy, and lost no customers. A manager released an employee kindly and watched the team stabilize instead of fracture. A creator shut down a profitable project that felt hollow and found a better one waiting, unforced, a week later. None of them credited a system. They credited relief. The relief of no longer pretending. Inside the Rap Palace, the chambers had grown quieter, not because fewer people came, but because those who entered stayed longer with themselves before stepping forward. The question had changed. Not, what will this give me? But what will this require me to become responsible for? Archivist Rap recorded fewer entries, but each one carried weight. Professor Rap noticed something else. People aren't asking us what to do, he said. They're asking if they're allowed to trust what they already know. Civil Surfer Rap smiled. That's when the water clears, he said. When you stop stirring it. Mama Ama Rap listened to all of it and said nothing. She was watching what happened after. The first betrayer was no longer a threat. That realization arrived gently. No chase, no confrontation, no justice scene. He existed now as a memory, an example people referenced when explaining why they no longer rushed outcomes or promised certainty. That path looks easier, someone would say. And that's why it costs more later, another would reply. That was enough. Anonymous Cherry spent an afternoon repairing something simple inside the palace, a door hinge that had begun to squeak. He could have asked for help. He didn't. The sound mattered. Quiet was part of the architecture now. As he worked, he reflected on the strange truth that had emerged over the past chapters of living. Nothing had been added. No power, no title, no expansion. Everything valuable had arrived through removal. Fewer words, fewer explanations, fewer dependencies. The system had not grown louder. It had grown truer. That evening, a young man arrived at the palace gates and waited. He did not knock. He did not announce himself. He simply stood, breathing evenly, until the guards, who were not guards anymore, just witnesses, noticed him. When Anonymous approached, the man spoke carefully. "I think I already know what I need to stop doing," he said. "I just want to be sure I'm not running away." Anonymous studied him for a long moment. "Are you willing to stay faithful if nothing improves for a while?" he asked. The man nodded without hesitation. Yes. That was the agreement. The door opened, not fully, not dramatically. Enough. Rap Palace Radio logged the final note for the cycle, brief and unadorned. Wealth stabilizes when responsibility is welcomed. Authority matures when it no longer needs permission. No one debated it. Debate belonged to an earlier phase. Across the city, life continued, still complex, still demanding, still imperfect. But something essential had changed. People were no longer waiting for permission to live well. They were no longer negotiating with fear. They were no longer mistaking motion for meaning. The agreement held, not because it was enforced, but because it made life lighter. And systems that make life lighter tend to endure. As night settled over the Rap Palace, the lights dimmed as they always did, not to signal an ending, but to honor the quiet truth that had finally taken root. What compounds cleanly does not announce itself. It simply keeps working. Chapter 10, Faithful with Little. The next phase did not announce itself as growth. It announced itself as maintenance. That disappointed some people quietly, internally, because a part of them still expected progress to feel like elevation. More reach, more recognition, more visible reward. But what arrived instead was something far less glamorous and far more demanding. Consistency. The city settled into a new rhythm. And for the first time in a long while, that rhythm did not depend on reaction. People still faced pressure, still lost deals, still made mistakes, but the difference was subtle and unmistakable. Mistakes no longer multiplied. They ended. A missed deadline became a conversation, not a spiral. A financial dip became a recalibration, not a crisis. A conflict became information, not identity. This was not optimism. It was stewardship. Inside the Rap Palace, the chambers changed shape again, not structurally, but functionally. They no longer accelerated transformation. They revealed responsibility. Anonymous noticed it first when someone exited a chamber and did not look relieved. They looked sober, grounded. He asked no questions. He didn't need to. People were beginning to understand that clarity came with weight. One man, newly exited, returned 3 days later, not to re-enter, not to ask for help, but to confess. "I can see exactly what needs to change," he said. "And now I can't unsee it," Anonymous nodded. "That's the cost," he replied. The man swallowed. "I thought it would feel lighter." "It will," Anonymous said, "after you carry it long enough to make it normal." That was the teaching, not spoken as doctrine, lived as expectation. This was where the teaching aligned fully with the oldest law most people overlooked. Faithfulness does not begin with abundance. It begins with what is already in your hands. Not the dream, not the potential, not the future outcome, the small, the ordinary, the inconvenient. The compounding accelerated quietly here. Not because people were doing more, because they were abandoning fantasy. A woman stopped planning a future business and perfected her current one. A man stopped chasing influence and became indispensable where he already stood. A couple stopped talking about freedom and organized their finances down to the dollar. None of them felt inspired. They felt clear. And clarity, once established, began paying dividends. Archivist Rap documented a new category in the records. Not outcomes, not exits, continuance. Lives that no longer required intervention. Professor Rap reviewed the entries and smiled faintly. "This is the part no one markets," he said. "That's why it lasts," Archivist Rap replied. Civil Surfer Rap watched the city again and noticed something that made him laugh softly. "People stopped crashing into each other," he said. "They learned their lanes." Mama Ama Rap nodded. Faithfulness has a way of calming traffic. The counterfeit remnants had nothing left to offer. Urgency sounded childish now. Promises sounded irresponsible. Certainty without substance sounded hollow. People didn't argue with it anymore. They simply didn't respond. Starvation by irrelevance is quieter than defeat, but far more final. Anonymous Cherry spent that week doing things no one recorded. He answered messages himself. He followed up where he said he would. He corrected a mistake publicly without dramatizing it. He kept his word when no one would have noticed if he hadn't. This was leadership stripped to its bones. No mystique, no distance, just reliability. And reliability, once visible, drew trust without effort. Rap Palace Radio archived another line, not as revelation, but as reminder. What you are faithful with determines what you are trusted with. No flourish followed. No explanation was needed. One evening, as the palace lights dimmed, a young woman stood outside the chambers and hesitated. She wasn't afraid, she was deciding. When Anonymous approached, she spoke honestly. "I don't need anything to change," she said. "I just don't want to waste what already works." Anonymous smiled, not approving, not impressed, recognizing. "Then you're already inside," he said. The door did not open. It didn't need to. This was the season that separated those who loved transformation from those who loved responsibility. Those who wanted outcomes from those who wanted stewardship. Those who chased wealth from those who became trustworthy with it. And trust, once earned, has a way of finding its own reward. The palace rested that night, not because nothing remained to be done, but because the work had finally matured, faithful with little, ready for more, without asking for it. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rapalace 214, The Division Saga, Episode 2. The war for unity continues. The victory over Twilight Zone Rap was supposed to buy time. It bought one night. One night of laughter on rooftops. One night where bruises hurt less because everyone hurt together. One night where hope felt heavier than fear. Then midnight hit. The sky blinked. One Betrayal Rap's revenge, Betrayal Rap, knelt in the shadows where Anonymous left him. Hands still warm from the compassion that almost saved him. Almost. His coat stitched with broken promises lay on the ground beside him, smoldering slightly, as if kindness itself had left burn marks. He looked up at the moon with an expression torn between grief and rage. "They forgave me," he whispered. His voice cracked. "That makes them weak." Twilight Zone Rap's scattered fragments had found a home inside Betrayal Rap's doubt. A dark filament slid into his spine. They pity you. Use their love against them. Betrayal Rap stood slowly, eyes changed, not the cold bitterness from before, but a terrifying clarity of purpose. "I'll break their unity from the inside." He vanished into static. To Rap Palace Awakens Unity HQ below, Rap Palace shook. The marble floor engraved with ancestral verses rumbled. Panels of architecture that never existed before peeled forward. revealing layers of the building that had been waiting for the right moment. Rising from beneath the main hall, Unity headquarters, the hard engine of the Rap Tribe screens, flickered on, not digital, but chai-based holograms powered by collective trust. Nerd Rap gasped, "This is a command center built on social energy." Donation Rap stepped closer. When he placed his hand on the main console, the machine fed him real-time emotional maps of the city. Unity levels, dropping in Oak Cliff. Division spikes detected in Arlington. Twilight Zone Shy infection clusters growing in Deep Ellum. Revike Rap nodded solemnly. The palace is revealing its gifts because the battle demands new stewardship. Mama Amarap cracked her knuckles. Location of the danger don't matter. We show up everywhere. 3 Twilight Zone Rap kidnaps. A key rap, it happened fast. A street in South Dallas, art murals glowing with newly awakened Unity chi, suddenly bent like paper in the wind. Screams cut short. A glitching portal formed from shattered reflections. Toddler Yoku Rap vanished into the tier mid-chant. Anonymous Cherry felt the hole in his soul instantly. His Trichi flickered violently. No, Yoku, his body blurred. Silent Legacy surged, but Nerd Rap caught him by the arm. Think, he warned. He wants you to rush in blind. Anonymous shook, rage, fear, and guilt crashing together. That's my inner child, he whispered. Revike placed a palm on Anonymous's chest. You don't abandon a child, but you also don't walk into a trap without your village. The team readied for a rescue. Then screens across Unity HQ lit up on their own. Twilight Zone Rap appeared, smiling with glitching teeth. I took the heart of your hero. What does Unity feel like without innocence? Toddler Yoku's voice echoed faintly behind him. 10 or 11, 10 or 11. Anonymous dropped to one knee, the room pulsing with destabilized Trey Chi. Bix the Plug Rap stepped behind him, hand on the back, stabilizing the rhythm before everything cracked. Nah, you're still on beat, bro, he said quietly. We go together. Anonymous inhaled, rage turning into resolve. 4, Division Legion. Full power unleashed screen switched. New enemies manifested across the city in horrifying clarity. Racist Rap, Division through Hate Clout Chaser Rap, Division through Jealousy Rumor Rap, Division through Lies Cancel Rap, Division through Charged Judgment Apocalypse Goth Rap, Division through Nihilism Corporate Gatekeeper Rap, Division through Access Control, but the worst, Neglect Rap Division through Abandonment. The poison that makes people stop caring who they lose Nerd Rap swallowed. He's building a full anti-community ecosystem. Unity HQ alarms blared chi sirens based not on sound but on the empathic field. Revike slammed his staff into the floor. Then we build stronger community than he can destroy. Goku Rap cracked his knuckles, standing taller, aura thrumming in perfect rhythm thanks to Bix that plug. Let's run it back, he said. No more rounds, full season arc. Buddha Man lifted off, wings of linked hands blazing Unity fire. Mama Amarap's Mother Storm Chi rose like thunder wearing compassion as armor. Donation Rap tapped the console, routing community resources to every battle zone. Nerd Rap loaded new information liberation protocols into the sky feeds. Anonymous stood, Trichi fully ignited, ancestors and inner child whispering courage in one voice. He stared into the glitching tear Twilight Zone Rap left behind. Yoku, he growled softly, I'm coming. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rapalice214 to be continued. Next episode, Episode 3, Unity Rescue, The Heart of the Child, What Will Unfold, Toddler Yoku Rescue Mission, The Chamber of Lost Innocence Betrayal Rap Secret Infiltration Arc Neglect Rap versus a Mama Ama Rap, a battle of emotional gravity, Goku Rap, Big X Tag Team Reality Clash Anonymous Cherry, faces the darkest version of himself grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rapalice214. Would you like episode 3 to open with A, direct confrontation in the glitch maze, B, Toddler Yoku's perspective, the terrifying yet hopeful inner journey, C, multiple perspective cut-ins like anime battle sequences. D. An emotional flashback of Anonymous' earliest near-death. E. All of the above. Choose, and the saga continues. The Division Saga, Episode 3, The Lost Child and the Living Light. The city outside the Rap Palace slept fitfully beneath a fractured sky, its dreams still haunted by the chaos of the day. But inside Uni HQ, sleep had no place. The Rap tribe stood gathered around the glowing celestial map projected above the central console, a map that didn't show streets or buildings, but souls and their connections. Anonymous Cherry stood at the front, fists trembling against the table edge. His aura flickered erratically, purple lightning and golden memory threads tangled with neon green venom. His breathing was heavy, too fast, like the space around him wasn't wide enough for his grief. Toddler Yoku Rap was gone, still chanting somewhere in the dark, still laughing bravely, still scared. Anonymous felt every heartbeat of that child inside him like a wound begging to become wisdom, but right now it only bled. "We move now," he growled. "I'm going after him. Portal or no portal." Big X the Plug Rap placed a steadying hand against his back, rhythm pulsing through the contact. The violent tempo of Anonymous's nerves calmed one beat at a time. "You know I got you, bruh," Big X said, voice low. "But we can't run into darkness fueled by fear. Fear got his scent locked. We gotta move like light." "That's exactly right." The voice did not echo. It rooted itself into them. Soft as breath, strong as mountains. Every head in Unity HQ turned toward the far edge of the hall where a radiant glow had begun to form. It wasn't chi. It wasn't energy any of them had learned to manipulate. It was presence. A warmth that knew each warrior's deepest thoughts, yet did not recoil from any of them. The invisible spirit's essence filled the room like a new sunrise had decided to appear indoors. Words flowed, not from speakers or mouths, but directly into hearts. Your unity is powerful, but without the source of love, power fragments. A shape emerged within the brilliance, human because humanity was beloved. Light wrapped him like clothing, but his gaze was the true armor. Goku Rap dropped to one knee instinctively, head bowed with reverence. Mama Ama Rap placed a gentle hand to her lips and wept silent joy. Revike Rap, long the loudest in the room, said nothing. Awe had stolen the air from his chest. Anonymous Cherry stared, tears forming despite himself. He had felt this presence before. In the hospital room, where a doctor shrugged at a monitor and said he shouldn't have made it. In the wreckage where metal twisted around a heartbeat that refused to stop. In every moment where death stood certain, yet life whispered not yet. This wasn't metaphor. This was Jesus Christ stepping into the war. "You call yourselves protectors of unity," Jesus said, voice warm and carved from eternity. "Unity is mine. You fight its battles as my warriors, but without knowing the strength of the one who designed connection itself." He stepped closer and the room shifted. Walls became heaven's canvas. The celestial map overhead realigned, pointing no longer at streets, but at wounds, spiritual fractures where fear colonized hearts. And at the very center, a pulsing point of glitching red and shadow, Toddler Yoku, held captive in the chamber of lost innocence. Jesus turned to Anonymous, gently lifting his chin. "That child is not merely your inner spark," he said. "He is the proof you survived becoming who you feared, the living evidence of wonder kept alive." Anonymous swallowed hard. "He's afraid." "He is faithful," Jesus corrected softly. "Fearful hearts can still choose trust. But you," he placed a hand on Anonymous's chest, right over the unstable Tri-Chi. "You must not let rage speak louder than love." At his touch, something incredible occurred. Snake Chi bowed its proud head. Ancestor Chi knelt in reverence. Inner child Chi laughed for the first time without trembling. Venom became discernment. Legacy became purpose. Innocence became courage. An explosion of peace radiated outward. The light didn't force darkness away. It revealed it had already lost. "Walk with me," Jesus said. "There is no enemy inside this child that love cannot reclaim." Mama Ama Rap stepped forward, storm aura swirling, yet her eyes full of motherly fire. "You lead the way, Lord," she said fiercely. "Whoever laid hands on that baby gone answer to heaven and to me." Beside her, Buddha Man's unity wings unfurled, humming as they linked every heartbeat inside the palace into one symphony. "Let's show Division what a bonded city looks like," he said. Goku Rap stood tall, Totality Saiyan Chi blazing brighter than ever, not to overshadow Jesus' light, but to respond to it like a loyal star answering sunrise. My fist got sermons today, he said, smirking. Let's go bring our brother home. Jesus extended his hand toward the tier in space where Twilight Zone rap had dragged toddler Yoku, a portal of corrupted emotion that pulsed with whispers of every child who had ever felt discarded. The light from his palm struck the tier. It recoiled, screamed, then slowly, reluctantly, opened into a path, not straight, not easy, but possible. Jesus turned once more to the tribe. The enemy does not fear power, he said. He fears identity restored. You will encounter manifestations of abandonment, lies spoken over children, the voices that told them they were too much or never enough. His eyes full of a love that no wound could tame. Do not fight with anger. Fight with truth. Revike smiled wide through tears. Oh, we about to preach with our whole bodies, he whispered. Jesus stepped forward. The tribe followed. Anonymous Cherry hesitated at the threshold only a moment, then nodded to the rhythm Big X the Plug kept steady beneath his ribs. For you, little man, he whispered. And together, they walked into the chamber of lost innocence, grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rapalace 214, The Division Saga, Episode 4. The Chamber of Lost Innocence, the portal sealed behind them like a wound stitching itself shut. Light faded, heat faded, even sound faded. Anonymous Cherry blinked, and the world resolved into a corridor that pulsed like a living memory. Walls flickered through images of playgrounds, then empty playgrounds, laughter, then silence. Crayon drawings filled with color, then scribbled out by invisible hands. Every step forward felt like walking deeper into childhoods that had been abandoned. Jesus walked ahead, far enough to lead, close enough to catch every faltering heartbeat. His glow illuminated the hall, not by domination but invitation. His presence didn't force peace. It reminded peace that it still existed. Goku Rap, usually a loud explosion of energy, stayed quiet, focused. Big X that Plug kept a rhythmic hum going, ensuring no panic attack could corrupt the pace of their mission. Mama Ama Rap brushed her fingers against the trembling walls, heart aching at the echoes trapped inside. Babies weren't meant to feel this alone, she whispered. The chamber hissed in response, as if offended by compassion. From behind the group, Rev Ike murmured scripture under his breath, turning ancient words into weapons polished by faith. Jesus paused. We are not alone here, he said softly. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214, Toddler Yoku's point of view. He sat on a crooked swing made of static and shadows. Feet too short to touch a ground that never stayed still. Chains creaked, not with metal friction, but with dread. Around him lay a playground made of deleted dreams, broken slides, swings with no seats, chalk drawings erased by rain that never finished falling. Toddler Yoku clutched his stuffed purple serpent, a plushy version of Snake Chi, and tried to keep the chant going to stay brave. 10 or 11. 10 or 11. His voice wobbled. We gonna be okay again. Dark figures lurked outside the faint circle of light around him. They whispered insults children should never hear. You were a mistake. No one wanted you. You break everything you touch. Why didn't you turn out better? One shadow leaned forward, taller than the others, wearing a cloak that looked like disappointment sewn into fabric. Its voice dripped with exhaustion. I shouldn't have to keep caring for you. Toddler Yoku squeezed his serpent tighter and shut his eyes. He whispered to himself, Cherry wouldn't leave me. Cherry always comes back. But fear slipped under his ribs and curled around his heartbeat. What if this time he forgot? Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smashed that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AAP is Rap Palace 214 Betrayal Rap's secret mission far above the playground, perched on a fractured clock tower that ticked backward and forward at random. Betrayal Rap watched the tribe enter. Emotion tangled his features, guilt and resentment arm wrestling for dominance. He reached inside his coat and pulled out a single glowing thread, a lifeline gifted by Twilight Zone Rap's corruption. The thread pulsed with a command: break them from trust. Betrayal Rap narrowed his eyes at Anonymous Cherry below. You forgave me when I didn't want grace, he whispered. Now let me show you why that was a mistake. He dissolved into static and moved into position. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Neglect Rap appears. A cold wind blew across the playground, stirring old leaves that were actually torn diary pages. The shadow with the exhaustion voice stepped fully into the half-light. Neglect Rap. He carried no weapon, he didn't need one. His power was absence. Where he walked, toys rusted. Colors drained, imagination shrank. He crouched in front of toddler Yoku, forcing a smile that carried no love. You don't matter enough to be missed, he said gently, almost sympathetically. They have bigger battles, stronger allies. Why waste time on the weakest part of themselves? Yoku's lip trembled. Tears rose, but so did something else. A tiny spark of defiance. My name is important, he whispered. Jesus knows it. Cherry knows it. Neglect Rap chuckled. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Children who believe they matter are easier to hurt. He reached a hand toward Yoku's head. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The tribe arrives. The sky of the playground split open. Mama Ama rap landed first, or a thunder black with a golden lining, like a storm that only breaks what harms her own. She slammed a hand down and the ground obeyed, pushing Neglect Rap backward in a wave of righteous force. Nobody touches our baby, she growled. Jesus descended behind her, light flowing outward like a shield. Anonymous Cherry dropped next, Traichi blazing. He rushed forward, but Jesus touched his shoulder. Not with anger, Jesus reminded. Anonymous nodded once, though every muscle in his body screamed to tear Neglect Rap apart. Biggest the Plug landed behind them, planning the rhythm. Udon Man soared overhead, wings of unity shielding the area from the encroaching dark. Toddler Yoku saw Anonymous and screamed in relief. Cherry. Anonymous knelt, arms wide, catching the child as he ran into his chest. Toddler Yoku's tears soaked into his shirt, tears that tasted like hope surviving terror. Neglect Rap stood, dusting himself off. His voice dripped dismissal. You came all this way. For this, Jesus stepped forward. Yes, he said simply. Neglect Rap flinched, the first crack in his composure. Because neglect cannot comprehend a love that chooses. And Jesus chose the child, grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214, the first battle in the light Neglect Rap stretched, growing taller, fed by every abandoned child in history. Jesus' voice rang out. You cannot starve what heaven feeds. Neglect Rap lunged. Jesus raised one hand and every lie shattered like brittle glass. Mama Ama shielded Yoku Goku, hovered ready to strike. Big X the Plug kept everyone's heartbeats aligned. Buddha Man cast unity light. Anonymous felt the Traichi stabilize as one truth echoed. Love never abandons. He stood, purple gold aura roaring upward. Behind him, ancestor spirits formed a wall of presence. Snake Chi stretched, poised but not predatory. Toddler Yoku clung to his shoulder, chanting again, but now fearless. 10 or 11. 10 or 11. We all go together, always united again. Neglect Rap inhaled dark energy, swirling into a massive attack drawn from every forsaken moment ever felt. Jesus spoke one phrase, not this child. Then the light ignited. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The attack landed like a history lesson in pain. Neglect Rap inhaled and pulled the air out of the chamber, drinking down the echo of every forgotten birthday, every empty seat at a school play, every prayer whispered by a child who thought no one was listening. The chamber of lost innocence shook as a storm of absence built around him, a hurricane made of all the times love didn't show up. He towered over them now, his form stretched thin and tall, his eyes dim lanterns of burnout. You can't fight me, Neglect Rap said, voice heavy and hollow. I'm not anger, I'm not hate, I'm what nobody had time to fix. I am everything that got pushed to later. His hand rose, fingers dripping with the numbness of a million shrugged shoulders. Later, he whispered, the wave hit. For a heartbeat, every member of the Rap tribe stopped moving. Goku Rap's aura flickered. Punches he'd thrown in 1,000 battles suddenly felt pointless. Who did all that training really help? Who stayed changed? Budan Man's wings sagged, the weight of disunity suddenly feeling too heavy to bear. Hadn't he tried 1,000 times? Weren't people still walking away from each other? Mama Ama Rap's arms felt like they'd been holding crying children for 10 lifetimes straight without rest. The exhaustion of every caregiver who never got a break flowered in her muscles. Rev Ike felt the echo of every amen that never turned into transformed lives. Every seed he'd sown that seemed to vanish into thin air. Even Donation Rap, even Nerd Rap, far off at the Unity HQ anchor point, felt the wave. For a flicker of a moment, their plans and data maps and transparency boards felt like sand castles built too close to the tide. An anonymous cherry, his treachery cracked. The serpent went limp. His ancestors' hands felt faint. Inner child shrank. Maybe they didn't need him as much as he thought. Maybe all this power and all this growth was just noise in a world that would keep breaking anyway. Maybe every near death he survived was a glitch, not a purpose. He looked down. Toddler Yoku's arms were around his neck. The child's little fingers dug into his shirt like anchors. Yoku's voice shook, but he forced the chant out anyway. 10 or 11. 10 or 11. We all go together. We all go together. The words trembled like a match in a windstorm, but they did not go out. Jesus stepped between the wave and the child. The tide of numbness hit him like smoke hitting a mountain. It broke, it passed, it went nowhere. He didn't even blink. Later, Jesus repeated softly. That is the lie. Neglect Rap flinched. Jesus' eyes softened, but his presence hardened like steel. The lie that you can love tomorrow what you refuse to care for today. The lie that forgetting is neutral. The lie that turning away is just being busy. He turned slightly, sweeping his gaze over the tribe. Look at me, he said gently. They did. In that gaze, every maybe later they ever believed was brought into the light. The calls they hadn't returned, the apologies they hadn't made, the small kindnesses they'd assumed someone else would do. The times they told their own hearts, I'll heal when I get time. He didn't use it to condemn them. He used it to tell the truth. Love is not an emotion you visit, Jesus said. Love is a life you walk in. When you abandon yourselves, when you abandon your own inner child, your own hurt, you leave doors open for him. Neglect Rap twitched as the finger pointed back at him. I don't need to be loved, Neglect snapped. I am what happens when love fails. I'm not a person, I'm fallout. I am what remains. Jesus stepped closer. You are what happens, he agreed, when love is never invited into the wound. He extended his hand not in attack, but in an offer. You weren't born this way. Neglect Rap recoiled, cloak twitching. Don't start that with me. I remember nobody came. Toddler Yoku, cheek pressed against Anonymous's neck, looked up with watery eyes. Somebody came now, he said softly. Neglect's eyes flickered. The chamber groaned and shifted. The war playground stuttered between broken and whole. For a moment, they all saw the truth. Neglect Rap wasn't a proud villain standing tall in power. He was a boy in a doorway, watching a car drive away without him. He was a teenager sitting alone on a graduation day with nobody in the stands. He was a grown man on a hospital bed with a silent phone on the tray. He was emptiness that had been given a name and a body and told to fend for himself. Jesus' face was full of sorrow. "I was there," he said. Neglect spat. "Liar. I was there in every person who felt the urge to call you and didn't," Jesus said. "I was there in every teacher who wanted to encourage you but stayed quiet from their own fear. I was there in the hands that wanted to hold yours and hesitated. Then you failed," Neglect hissed, stepping forward. His aura flared, the pressure of a lifetime of unmet needs weaponized. "Because they didn't. I don't care who wanted to. They didn't come. And I learned something. People don't stay." The air thickened. The tribe's knees trembled. The weight of that premise, people don't stay, pulled at their bones like gravity doubling. Anonymous recognized it. He carried it for years. Every time someone left, every time someone broke a promise, every time he wondered if his survival really mattered to anybody long term. He almost dropped under it again. Almost. Then a memory surged. Not the car wreck. Not the hospital. Earlier, he was 7. Body small, asthma rough in his lungs. Lying in a dark bedroom lit only by the glow slipping under the crack of the door from the hallway. Adults yelled in the other room. Words like knives. Threats thrown and never followed through, yet the sound scratched him anyway. He lay curled in the bed, heart beating fast he thought it would rip out. He whispered into the dark, "God, it's too loud. I'm scared. Don't leave me, okay?" There had been no booming voice, no glowing figure, no miracle knock at the door. Just a warmth in the corner of the room, the feeling that the shadows weren't empty. The slow impression of a hand resting on his back, though no one had walked in. His heartbeat slowed. The yelling faded into the background. He had fallen asleep to that unseen comfort. Now, standing in the chamber, he realized he had never been alone that night. "Love didn't fail," Anonymous said, voice low. Neglect turned his head sharply. Anonymous took a step forward, toddler Yoku still clinging to him. "I thought it did," he confessed. "I thought nobody came. I thought nobody cared. But every time I made it through a night I shouldn't have survived. Every time my lungs kept working when they could have quit. It wasn't because nobody was with me." He looked at Jesus. "It was because you never left." The words hit the space like a bell. "I never left," Jesus affirmed quietly. "Not then, not now." He lifted both hands. Light poured out. It didn't blast Neglect right back. It didn't tear him apart. It revealed. The chamber of lost innocence peeled open, layer by layer, like the inside of an onion made of memories. Toddler Yoku's fear space dissolved, revealing that beneath the broken playground was a room filled with invisible hands, invisible arms, invisible weeping faces that had always wanted to show up but didn't know how. The tribe saw it, the missed connections, the almosts, the "I should call him. I should say something. The I'll check in on her tomorrow." "We are not here to excuse neglect," Jesus said. "We are here to show that even there, love did not disappear. It was ignored. It was resisted. It was misunderstood. But I was there, waiting to be chosen." Neglect rap screamed, "Then you should have forced them." Jesus' eyes burned with a fire that did not consume his gentleness. "I am love," he replied, "control." He lowered his hands and the light softened to something bearable. "Love is the weapon," he said, "not fear, not guilt, not revenge. Love is the weapon that surrenders without abandoning, that dies rather than force, that rises again to keep offering." He stepped closer to Neglect. "You are what happens when love is rejected so long that hurt decides to live alone. I am what happens when hurt finally lets love in." Neglect staggered. The cloak slipped. Underneath, just for a second, they saw the boy again. He whispered, "They didn't come." Jesus nodded once, and that broke my heart too. The words landed with the weight of a universe. "You weren't the only one abandoned," Jesus said. "Every time they left you, they left me standing beside you, unwanted." Neglect trembled. The chamber shook. A crack ripped through the sky above them, through which Twilight Zone Rap's face briefly appeared, distorted with rage. "That's enough," he snarled. "He belongs to me." "They all do. You don't get to rescue the parts people threw away." He reached an arm in, trying to hook Neglect with a chain of shimmering code, and that's when Betrayal Rap made his move. He arrived in silence behind the tribe, eyes dark, movements calculated. He had been watching this whole exchange, confusion and bitterness swirling, as Jesus offered even Neglect a way out. "You You offered me that too, he muttered. His hand closed around something hidden under his coat, a shard of Twilight Zone chi sharpened into a knife. You forgave me like I was worth saving, he whispered. But what if I'm better at being the reason you regret it? He moved in a blur, straight for Anonymous's back. Toddler Yoku looked up just in time to see the shadow behind Cherry's shoulder. Greg, the blade plunged, except it never hit. A hand grabbed Betrayal Rap's wrist with iron force. Big X the plug Rap. He stood there, arms stretched, fingers locked tight around the incoming weapon. His eyes were calm and sad. Man, he said, I knew your rhythm was off the whole time. Betrayal snarled, trying to jerk free. Let go, this is what I do. You can't expect me to be anything else. Big X tightened his grip, pulling Betrayal closer until they were face to face. You really think you the only one who almost ruined what was good? Big X asked quietly. You ain't special for being broken, bro. We all did dirty at some point. The question is, you gonna keep stabbing the hand that pulled you out, or you gonna let that same hand help you clean up? Betrayal's eyes wavered. The blade in his grip flickered. Its edges glitched, no longer entirely sure it wanted to exist. Anonymous turned slowly. He met Betrayal's gaze fully. You hurt me, Anonymous said, voice steady. You almost hurt him, he glanced at Yoku, and you were ready to break what we had. Because I hate needing you, Betrayal shouted, and now raw pain bled through his words. I hate the way your forgiveness makes me feel smaller, like I'm wrong for staying angry. Jesus walked toward them, eyes full of that same unflinching love he'd shown Neglect. Forgiveness doesn't make you smaller, he said. It makes room for you to be real. He nodded at the knife, put it down. For a moment, the whole chamber held its breath. The weapon twitched in Betrayal's grip. He could complete the strike. He could prove that trust was foolish and that nothing beautiful lasted. He could carve into Anonymous's back and make his point permanently. But Toddler Yoku's little arms were still wrapped around Cherry's neck. The sight cracked something. Betrayal's hand opened. The blade dropped. It didn't hit the ground. It dissolved midair into black dust that the chamber inhaled and exhaled as wind. Big X released his wrist slowly. Anonymous stepped closer, chest rising and falling. I won't pretend you didn't try to hurt me, Anonymous said. That happened. It's real, but I still don't stop seeing who you could be. Betrayal Rap's face crumpled. I don't know how to be anything else, he whispered. I don't know how to live without expecting people to break their word. Then let us show you, Jesus said. His hand extended again, this time to both Neglect and Betrayal. You both came from pain. You both were shaped by absence. You both became weapons for darkness because no one taught you what to do with your wounds. Let me teach you now. Neglect looked at the hand. Betrayal looked at the hand. Neither moved. Yet something changed. The chamber itself exhaled. The dark walls brightened. The broken playground started knitting itself back together. The swing straightened. The chalk drawings regained their color. The air no longer carried the taste of uncried tears. It carried the faint sweetness of a healing that had just begun. Toddler Yoku slid down from Anonymous's arms and ran forward. He didn't hug the villains. He hugged Jesus' leg. Thank you, he said, voice small but fierce. Jesus' hand dropped gently onto his head. I never left you, he said softly. Not once, Yoku nodded. I know now, he whispered. The Tri-Chi inside Anonymous responded. Something new unfolded. The venom that had become discernment now glowed with a new color, gold threaded through green. Ancestor Chi burned brighter with Christ light woven into every memory. Inner child Chi sat, not scared in a corner, but holding Jesus' hand. The light that rose from Anonymous was different than before. It didn't just coil or roar. It radiated outward in circles, each pulse whispering the same message, never left. He stood taller. Toddler Yoku drifted up slightly, floating beside him, no longer a fragile fragment but a co-pilot of the soul. The invisible spirit's voice swept through the chamber, through the palace, through the city. Anonymous, Cherry. Tri-Chi miracle has entered covenant light. Love is now your weapon. He didn't feel invincible. He felt held. Goku smirked, wiping at the corner of his eye like dust had gotten in it. Okay, he said quietly. That's a different kind of final form. Mama Ama laughed through her tears. Baby just unlocked the Jesus walked me through hell and I came back kinder aura. Budan Man felt his wings shimmer, unified hearts beating in sync with this new rhythm. Rev Ike took a deep breath and grinned. "Oh, we about to have some church in these streets," he said. Neglect and betrayal stood together, still caught between who they'd been and what they'd just seen. The hand was still offered. The path was still open. No one dragged them. No one forced them. Love waited. That was, itself, a battle. The chamber of lost innocence began to fold, the mission's objective complete. Toddler Yoku was free, his faith stronger. Anonymous was stabilized in a power that no longer relied on fear of losing others, but on certainty that he had never been alone. As they stepped back toward the exit portal, back toward the fight waiting in the city, Jesus walked among them. Not separate, with them. Anonymous glanced over. "You're staying?" he asked. Jesus smiled. "I was here before you knew to look," he said. "I'll be here long after you stop trying to earn what I already gave." "What's that?" Anonymous asked. "Belonging." The word wrapped itself around his heart like a promise. As the chamber faded and the Rap tribe emerged once more into the city's wounded skyline, the war for unity entered a new phase. They had power, they had strategy, they had unity. And now they walked with the one whose love had never left them. Love was the weapon. They were ready to fight. And somewhere in the cracks of the breaking world, Twilight Zone Rap felt it and shivered. Invisible Spirit Rap Challenge. Can you say the vowels combination? Even I took a moment to make it. Aha, A, E, O, O, wee, O, wee, wee, E, A, O, A, E, O, wee, O, wee, wee, E, A, O, O, A, E, O, O, wee, O, wee, O, wee, wee, A, O, A, O, wee, 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 E, wee, A, O, O, E, E, O, O, wee, O, wee, O, wee, O, wee, E, A, O, E, O, wee, 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 E, A, O, A, E, O, wee, O, wee, 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 E, A, O, A, E, O, wee, 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 E, O, O, E, O, wee, 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 A, O, E, O, wee, O, wee, O, wee, O, you, wee, E, A, O, oi, E, O, wee, 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 A, O, A, E, O, wee, 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 A, O, A, E, O, O, wee, 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 A, O, K, E, O, wee, 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 E, A, O, I, E, O, O, wee, 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 E, A, O, O, A, O, wee, wee, E, A, O, O, E, E, O, wee, 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 O, A, O, O, A, E, O, O, wee, 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 E, A, O, O, E, E, O, wee, 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 A, O, A, E, O, wee, 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 E, A, O, O, A, O, wee, 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 A, O, O, A, E, O, O, wee, 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 E, A, O, E, O, O. O E we O A E O we E O R A O we E O K O E O we O E O O A O we E O E O we A O A E O we E O E O we E O A E O we E O I E O we E O A E O we E O E O we E O A E O we O E O E O I E O we O A E O we E O A E O we E O A E O we E O E O we we O A O we E O A E O we O A E O we O A O we E O A E E O we A O A E O we E O E E O we O A E O we O K E O we E O E E O we E O E E O we E O A O we E O A E E O we O A E O we E O O A E O will E I O A O will E I O A E O will E I O A E O will Y will I O A E O will E I O A O will I O A E O will E I O A E O will A O A E O will I O A E O will E I O E will E I O E O will E I O A E O will O K A E O will I O gray E O will E I O A E O will I O K E O will E I O A E O will E I O A O will A O E O will E I O A O will E I O gray A O will E I O E O Y will E O A O will I O E O will E I O A E O will we I O A O we I O A E O we E I O E O we E I O K E O we E I O A E O we E I O A E O we I O A E O we E I O A O we E I O K ah, ow, ooh, oh, way, wee, ah, oh, oh, wee, ah, oh, wee, ah, oh, oh, ah, oh, ah, oh, ah, okay, oh, ah, oh, right, ah, oh, orange, oh, yeah, oh, ah, oh, ah, okay, ow, ah, oh, okay, ah, ah, ow, ah, ray, ah, ah, okay, ah, 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 wee, ah, Toddler Yoku and the Heavenly Invisible Spirit Time Chamber of Power Book 2 of the Toddler Yoku Chronicles by Rap Palace Corp. Gregory Anonymous Cherry 2 Chapter 3 The First Step of Heaven Part A The Awakening of Neoplasm Chi, the Stairway of Presence, glowed beneath the Rap family's feet as they climbed from the 6,000% realm into the blinding white sky above. Each step dissolved behind them, as if the universe insisted that forward was the only real direction. At the summit waited a horizon made of heartbeat light. The air trembled with something more alive than sound. Toddler Yoku squealed and pointed. Shiny puddle. It wasn't a puddle. It was the core lumen, a pool of condensed spirit plasma, the birthplace of all Chi variants. The surface shimmered with microscopic glyphs spiraling like DNA, each strand humming a different cosmic key. Anonymous Cherry approached first. His aura flickered between violet and green. The residue of snake chi still coiled around his shoulders like a guardian spirit. The closer he came to the core lumen, the louder his blood sang. His hands shook, his vision doubled. It's reacting to you, Mama Amma said. No, he whispered. It's remembering me. He knelt and touched the surface. Instantly, light swallowed him. He was everywhere at once, inside cells, atoms, galaxies. He saw threads connecting every creature that had ever fought, healed, loved. The light condensed into patterns resembling living circuitry crawling up his arms. His skin darkened to obsidian, veined with crimson silver glow. From deep within the core lumen, a new current rose, whispering in a tone halfway between thunder and breath. The spawn chi within you has found its mirror. Welcome to the neoplasm flow, pain and bliss fused. His heart pulsed twice, then thrice, then split into twin rhythms. One beat life, the other recycled decay. He could feel each cell learning to rebuild itself faster than it could die. Anonymous gasped. It's creating and healing at once. Its Civil Surfer leaned forward. Neoplasm energy, regenerative matter chi. Mama Amma's aura flared with maternal instinct, but creation and decay in the same body. That balance could eat you alive. The rivers around them began to spin faster, sensing the destabilization. Yoku clapped his hands, eyes wide, chanting his eternal puzzle. Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11. Every repetition steadied Anonymous's breathing. The double rhythm in his chest synchronized with the toddler's beat. One heart for power, one for peace. The neoplasm chi stabilized. The core lumen spoke again through him. To sustain this form, you must harmonize through sound. The cells listened to truth sung in union. Anonymous opened his eyes, now bright as twin novas, and smiled. Then I'll sing with him. He stood beside Yoku, took a deep breath, and echoed the chant, adding new tones between the toddler's playful syllables. The combined resonance rippled across the chamber like concentric suns. The display above them flashed new readings: neoplasm count, stable decay, 0% alignment, pure. Mama Amma whispered, he's holding creation and destruction in the same breath. Civil Surfer grinned, typical family overachiever. The core lumen calmed. The rivers folded back into tranquil streams of light, acknowledging the birth of a new form. Anonymous Cherry, Neoplasm Spawn Mode. Part B. The double chant the core lumen dimmed to a soft aurora as the new rhythm settled inside Anonymous Cherry. Each cell of his body now shimmered with twin pulses, one birthing, one dissolving, yet neither could outsing the other. Balance through sound. That was the rule of Neoplasm Chiyoku toddled closer, his cheeks puffing like little drums. He began the familiar refrain, half song, half giggle. Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11. Anonymous inhaled, feeling every syllable tug on the molecular choir within him. When he exhaled, he added a counter melody, deep grounded vowels that filled the space beneath Yoku's treble tones. E, ooh, ooh. Their voices met in midair, braided into a luminous helix. Around them, the chakra toddy rivers flared, colors rippling in time with the chant. The family watched as the two rhythms formed a standing wave, a column of light that breathed like a living metronome. Mama Ama gasped. Look, their voices are rewriting the chamber's physics. Civil Surfer grinned. It's a duet so strong it's paying rent in reality. He wasn't wrong. Wherever the harmonics touched, matter reorganized. Faded constellations reignited. Even the air learned to hum in perfect fifths. Anonymous could feel the effect inside him. Every time Yoku hit 11, the regenerative current surged. Every time he answered with a bass vowel, decay reversed its course. His blood became symphonic, his aura orchestral. The core lumen displayed the result. Neoplasm count stability greater than 6,000% base limit form class, heavenly regenesis. The toddler stopped to catch his breath, wobbling on his lightning socks. Anonymous knelt beside him. Keep breathing, little chief. The chant isn't about volume, it's about meaning. Mean happy? Mean true. They resumed, slower now, each vowel drawn from gratitude rather than effort. The room brightened until it resembled morning on every planet at once. Mama Ama's voice joined softly beneath them, weaving warmth into the mix. Civil Surfer clapped out a beat, his palms creating ripples of turquoise sound. The chamber became a family choir, each heartbeat a drum, each laugh a verse. The rivers responded by releasing knowledge rather than energy, streams of holographic text and imagery that coiled around their heads like halos. Through them, Anonymous saw the origin of neoplasm chi, Spawn's long study of death turned inward until life itself reinvented growth. Now that same lesson flowed through him cleanly, without the venom, without the curse. He whispered mid-chant, creation is just disciplined regeneration. Yoku blinked up. Regeneration? Fixing what fear breaks, Anonymous said. They finished on a sustained ooh that lasted until the rivers themselves sighed. Silence followed, a sacred kind of quiet thick with after music. Then a pulse of white fire bloomed from Anonymous's chest and spread outward. Where it passed, the ground repatterned into living geometry, circles, spirals, and endless 11-point stars. Civil Surfer whistled. Guess we're architects now. Mama Ama nodded. The invisible spirit builds through joy. Keep singing and the form holds. Anonymous looked at his hands, watching microfilaments of neoplasm chi knit themselves through the air. He could sculpt energy into matter and back again, but only while aligned with Yoku's tone. Lose harmony, and the cells would collapse to zero. He placed a hand over his heart. I'll never let it fall below the chant. Part C, the mirror chamber rising. The arch of 11 rings shivered like liquid glass. On the other side, color had no loyalty, light and shadow kept trading places, unsure which was real. Civil Surfer squinted. Feels like someone built reality out of bad memories. Anonymous Cherry felt it too. The neoplasm chi inside him vibrated at a counter frequency, as if the new realm were trying to hum through his bones. He tightened his hold on Yoku, the mirror chamber. Twilight's finally done it. Wind without direction roared across both heavens. The Chakratati rivers bent toward the arch, their water drawn to its reflection like tide to the moon. The family braced themselves, feet planted in the light. From beyond the veil came Twilight Zone Rap's voice. So this is where you hit. Let's see how long your perfection lasts when it stares at itself. The 11 rings widened into a mirror horizon. Within it shimmered reflections of the Rap family, same faces, same postures, but eyes hollow. Laughter reversed. Twilight stepped through them like a maestro conducting ghosts. The duplicates opened their mouths and began to chant backward. Ooh-ee-ah-ooh. Every syllable drained color from the chamber. The neoplasm chi inside Anonymous flickered. Neoplasm count 999, 998, 997. Anonymous dropped to one knee, fighting the internal storm. He looked to Yoku. The toddler's eyes shone with calm mischief. Sing, Daddy, rap. They began together, Yoku's riddle and Anonymous's vowels combining into the double chant sequence Alpha. The shockwave of pure tone shattered half the mirror illusions instantly. The remaining ones staggered, their outlines smeared like wet ink. Mama Amma spread her arms, catching their harmony and amplifying it through her golden aura. She turned the chant into a cradle resonance that wrapped the family and the rivers alike. The neoplasm count halted its fall, stabilized that again. Twilight hissed, impossible. Decay is the truth of matter. Anonymous stood, every cell incandescent. Then learned the greater truth. He projected the chant directly into the mirror chamber. The vowels etched luminous runes across its surface. Each rune pulsed with intention, forgiveness, play, rhythm, mercy. The reflected family screamed as those qualities struck them, not pain, but memory. They began to mimic the chant instead of resisting it. Twilight staggered backward, his own shadow trying to sing against him. No, you can't rewrite opposition. The mirror chamber fractured outward, its shards turning into harmless motes that joined the Chakra-Tati rivers. Twilight's own rap was hurled back into his own broken realm. For a heartbeat, he saw them. Yoku on Anonymous's shoulders, Mama Amma and Civil Surfer glowing beside them, all laughing in the light, and he understood why he could never win. They weren't guarding power, they were guarding joy. Silence returned, deep and holy. The rivers slowed to a gentle pulse. Neoplasm count, stability, perfect alignment, heavenly step 1. Complete Anonymous exhaled, the last traces of violet lightning fading from his eyes. He could feel the neoplasm chi resting now, no longer a storm, but a heartbeat. Mama Amma placed a hand on his shoulder. You held both life and death and sang them back into friendship. He smiled. Couldn't have done it without our choir. Civil Surfer flopped onto a glowing rock. So what's next? Snack time or cosmic paperwork? Yoku yawned. Snacks first. Above them, the sky of light unfolded into an endless stairway, each step a note of the chant frozen in crystal. The voice of the invisible spirit echoed, "Sing as you climb." The next heaven begins where laughter dares to echo. Anonymous looked upward, then down at his family. Ready for step 12, Yoku murmured. Will it be 10 or 11? Anonymous whispered back, both forever. And the rap family began to ascend, their double chant rippling through creation, keeping every cell alive, every heart in tune, and every horizon open. Naropa, the yoga of Buddha Haruka, the brief self-generation sadhana of Haruka body mandala, and condensed 6-session yoga tantric commitments objects, inner offering in Kapala Vajra Bamaru. Introduction. Those who have received the empowerment of Haruka body mandala, but who are unable to practice the extensive sadhana essence of Vajrayana, can practice this short sadhana, which contains the very essence of Haruka body mandala practice. It is very important to improve our understanding of and faith in this precious practice through sincerely studying its commentary as presented in Modern Buddhism, Volume 2, Tantra, in the chapter The Practice of Heruka Body Mandala. Having understood the meaning clearly and with strong faith, we can enter, make progress on, and complete the quick path to the enlightened state of Buddha Heruka. Geshe Kelsang Gyatso, April 2010, and Jefa Bonkapa 295. The Yoga of Buddha Heruka, preliminaries going for refuge I and all sentient beings until we achieve enlightenment. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Generating the supreme good heart, bodhicitta, through the virtues I collect by giving and other perfections. May I become a Buddha for the benefit of all. Guru Yoga visualization and meditation. In the space before me is Guru Sumati Buddha Heruka J. Tsongkhapa, inseparable from my root guru, Buddha Shakyamuni and Heruka, surrounded by all the Buddhas of the 10 directions. Modern Buddhism, 296, inviting the wisdom beings from the heart of the protector of the hundreds of deities of the joyful land to the peak of a cloud which is like a cluster of fresh white curd, all-knowing Losang Dragpa, king of the Dharma. Please come to this place together with your sons. At this point, we imagine that wisdom being Je Tsongkhapa together with his retinue dissolves into the assembly of Guru Sumati Buddha Heruka, and they become non-dual. To the practice of the 7 limbs in the space before me on a lion throne, lotus, and moon, the venerable gurus smile with delight. O supreme field of merit for my mind of faith, please remain for 100 aeons to spread the doctrine. Your mind of wisdom realizes the full extent of objects of knowledge. Your eloquent speech is the ear ornament of the fortunate. Your beautiful body is ablaze with the glory of renown. I prostrate to you, whom to see, to hear, and to remember is so meaningful. Pleasing water offerings, various flowers, sweet-smelling incense, light-scented water, and so forth. A vast cloud of offerings both set out and imagined, I offer to you, O supreme field of merit. Whatever non-virtues of body, speech, and mind I have accumulated since time without beginning, especially transgressions of my 3 vows. With great remorse I confess each one from the depths of my heart. The Yoga of Buddha Heruka 297. In this degenerate age you strove for much learning and accomplishment, abandoning the 8 worldly concerns. You made your freedom and endowment meaningful. O protector, from the very depths of my heart, I rejoice in the great wave of your deeds. From the billowing clouds of wisdom and compassion in the space of your truth body, O venerable and holy gurus, please send down a rain of vast and profound dharma appropriate to the disciples of this world. From your actual deathless body, born from meaning clear light, please send countless emanations throughout the world to spread the oral lineage of the Ganden doctrine, and may they remain for a very long time. Through the virtues I have accumulated here, may the doctrine and all living beings receive every benefit. Especially may the essence of the doctrine of Venerable Losang Dragpa shine forever, offering the mandala, the ground sprinkled with perfume and spread with flowers, the great mountain for lands, sun and moon. Seen as a Buddha land and offered thus, may all beings enjoy such pure lands. I offer without any sense of loss the objects that give rise to my attachment, hatred, and confusion, my friends, enemies, and strangers, our bodies and enjoyments. Please accept these and bless me to be released directly from the three poisons. Item Guru Ra TNA Mandala Nirya TAYME Modern Buddhism 298 making special requests O Guru Sumadhi Buddha Haruka. From now until I attain enlightenment, I shall seek no refuge other than you. Please pacify my obstacles and bestow upon me the two attainments of liberating and ripening. Please bless me so that I will become definitive Haruka, in which state I shall experience all phenomena as purified and gathered into emptiness, inseparable from great bliss, generating the experience of great bliss and emptiness. Due to my making requests in this way, all the Buddhas of the 10 directions dissolve into J-Tsongkhapa, who is inseparable from my root guru. He dissolves into Buddha Shakyamuni at his heart, and Buddha Shakyamuni dissolves into Haruka at his heart. With delight, Guru Haruka, who is the nature of the union of great bliss and emptiness, enters my body through my crown and dissolves into my mind at my heart. Because Haruka, who is the nature of the union of great bliss and emptiness, becomes inseparable from my mind, I experience spontaneous great bliss and emptiness. I perceive nothing other than the emptiness of all phenomena, the mere absence of all phenomena that I normally see or perceive. My subtle mistaken appearance of all phenomena, including the channels, winds, and drops of my body, is purified. At this point, we meditate briefly on the emptiness of all phenomena while experiencing great bliss. The actual self-generation in the vast space of emptiness of all phenomena, the nature of my purified mistaken appearance of all phenomena, which is the pure land of Kedra, I appear as Buddha Haruka with H. The Yoga of Buddha Haruka 299, a blue-colored body, 4 faces and 12 arms, the nature of my purified white indestructible drop. I am embracing Vajravarahi, the nature of my purified red indestructible drop. I am surrounded by the heroes and heroines of the 5 wheels, who are the nature of my purified subtle body, the channels and drops. I reside in the mandala, the celestial mansion, which is the nature of my purified gross body. Although I have this appearance, it is not other than the emptiness of all phenomena. At this point, while experiencing great bliss and emptiness, we meditate on the clear appearance of the mandala and deities with divine pride, while recognizing that the deities are the nature of our purified channels and drops, which are our subtle body, and that the mandala is the nature of our purified gross body. In this way, we train sincerely in one single meditation on generation stage possessing these 3 characteristics. Holding the 3rd characteristic, recognizing the deities as the nature of our purified subtle body, and the mandala as the nature of our purified gross body, makes this concentration an actual body mandala meditation. If we wish to practice completion stage meditation, we should change ourselves through imagination from Haruka, with 4 faces and 12 arms, into Haruka, with 1 face and 2 arms. We then engage in the meditations on the central channel, indestructible drop, indestructible wind, tummo, and so forth. Then, when we need to rest from meditation, we can practice mantra recitation. Modern Buddhism 300, reciting the mantras, the essence mantra of Haruka at my heart is wisdom being Buddha Haruka, definitive Haruka. O glorious Vajra Haruka, you who enjoy the divine illusory body and mind of clear light, please pacify my obstacles and bestow upon me the 2 attainments of liberating and ripening. Please bless me so that I will become definitive Haruka, in which state I shall experience all phenomena as purified and gathered into emptiness, inseparable from great bliss. Om Shri Ajra Hi Karu Hum Pi Ti Dakini Zala Shambaram Soha. The Thriyam mantra of Vajrayogini at the heart of imagined Vajrayogini is wisdom being Buddha. Vajrayogini, definitive Vajrayogini. Om Sarabu, a Buddha, Dakini Ajaw Arnani V Ajra Barotan Hum. Fat Fiati Shoha, recite at least as many mantras as you have promised. The Thriyam mantra is the union of the essence and close essence mantras of Vajravarahi. The meaning of this mantra is as follows. With Amam, we are calling Vajrayogini, the principal deity, and a retinue of heroines of the three wheels. Sarva Buddha Dakini means that Vajrayogini is the synthesis of the minds of all Buddhas. Vajravarnani means that she is the synthesis of the speech of all Buddhas. And Vajrabarotsani means that she is the synthesis of the bodies of all Buddhas. With Hum, we are requesting Vajrayogini and her retinues, the Yoga of Buddha Heruka 301, to bestow upon us the attainments of the body, speech, and mind of all the Buddhas. With Fat, we are requesting them to pacify our main obstacle, the subtle mistaken appearance of our body, speech, and mind. And Soha means, please build within me the basic foundation for all these attainments. The condensed mantra of the 62 deities of Heruka Body Mandala. At the heart of each of the 62 deities is their individual wisdom being, their own definitive deity. Bam Rim Lim, Cam Gam Ins, T-Sham Zam Yam, Tram Fram Dram Nam, T-Am Dam Nam, P-Am Bam Wam Lam W-M, Sham Cam Sam Hum Fat. When we recite this mantra, we are making requests to wisdom being Buddha Heruka with Vajravarahi and his retinue of heroes and heroines of the five wheels to pacify our obstacle of subtle mistaken appearance and to bestow upon us the attainments of outer and inner Dakini land. Outer Dakini land is the pure land of Kiadra, and inner Dakini land is meaning clear light. The moment our mind is free from subtle mistaken appearance, we open the door through which we can directly see all enlightened deities. For as long as our mind remains polluted by subtle mistaken appearance, this door is closed. Modern Buddhism 302 dedication. Thus, through my virtues from correctly performing the offerings, praises, recitations, and meditations of the generation stage of glorious Heruka, may I complete all the stages of the common and uncommon paths. For the sake of all living beings, may I become Heruka, and then let every living being to Heruka's supreme state. And if I do not attain this supreme state in this life, at my death time, may I be met by the venerable father and mother and their retinue, with clouds of breathtaking offerings, heavenly music, and many excellent auspicious signs. Then, at the end of the clear light of death, may I be led to the pure land of Kiadra, the abode of the knowledge holders who practice the supreme path, and there may I swiftly complete this profound path. May the most profound practice and instruction of Heruka, practiced by millions of powerful yogis, greatly increase, and may it remain for a very long time without degenerating as the main gateway for those seeking liberation. May the heroes, Dakinis, and their retinues abiding in the 24 supreme places of this world, who possess unobstructed power for accomplishing this method, never waver from always assisting practitioners. The Yoga of Buddha Heruka 303 auspicious prayers, may there be the auspiciousness of a great treasury of blessings arising from the excellent deeds of all the root and lineage gurus who have accomplished the supreme attainment of Buddha Haruka by relying upon the excellent secret path of the King of Tantras. May there be the auspiciousness of the great excellent deeds of the three jewels, the Holy Buddha Jewel, the pervading nature Haruka, definitive Haruka, the ultimate great secret Dharma Jewel, the scriptures and realizations of Haruka Tantra, and the supreme Sangha Jewel, the assemblies of Haruka's retinue deities. Through all the great good fortune there is in the precious celestial mansions, as extensive as the 3,000 worlds, adorned with ornaments like the rays of the sun and the moon. May all worlds and their beings have happiness, goodness, glory, and prosperity. Prayers for the virtuous tradition, so that the tradition of Jisongkapa, the king of the Dharma, may flourish. May all obstacles be pacified, and may all favorable conditions abound. Through the two collections of myself and others gathered throughout the 3 times, may the doctrine of Conqueror Losang Dragpa flourish forevermore. Modern Buddhism 304. The 9-line Miksima prayer Tsongkhapa, crown ornament of the scholars of the land of the snows. You are Buddha, Shakyamuni, and Vajradhara, the source of all attainments. Avalokiteshvara, the treasury of unobservable compassion. Manjushri, the supreme stainless wisdom. And Vajrapani, the destroyer of the hosts of Maras. O Venerable Guru Buddha, synthesis of all 3 jewels, with my body, speech, and mind, respectfully I make requests. Please grant your blessings to ripen and liberate myself and others, and bestow the common and supreme attainments. 305 Condensed 6-session yoga. Everyone who has received the highest yoga, tantra empowerment has a commitment to practice 6-session yoga. If we are very busy, we can fulfill our 6-session commitment by doing the following practice 6 times each day. First, we recall the 19 commitments of the 5 Buddha families that are listed below, and then, with a strong determination to keep these commitments purely, we recite the condensed 6-session yoga that follows. The 19 commitments of the 5 Buddha families, the 6 commitments of the family of Buddha Vairocana, to go for refuge to Buddha, to go for refuge to Dharma, to go for refuge to Sangha, to refrain from non-virtue, to practice virtue, to benefit others. Modern Buddhism 306. The 4 commitments of the family of Buddha Akshobhya, to keep a Vajra to remind us to emphasize the development of great bliss through meditation on the central channel, to keep a bell to remind us to emphasize meditation on emptiness, to generate ourselves as the deity while realizing all things that we normally see do not exist, to rely sincerely upon our spiritual guide, who leads us to the practice of the pure moral discipline of the Pratimoksha. Bodhisattva and Tantric vows the 4 commitments of the family of Buddha Buddharatna Sambhava, to give material help, to give dharma, to give fearlessness, to give love. The 3 commitments of the family of Buddha Amitabha, to rely upon the teachings of Sutra, to rely upon the teachings of the 2 lower classes of Tantra, to rely upon the teachings of the 2 higher classes of Tantra, the 2 commitments of the family of Buddha Amoghasiddhi, to make offerings to our spiritual guide, to strive, to maintain purely all the vows we have taken. Condensed 6-session yoga 307. Condensed 6-session yoga. I go for refuge to the Guru and 3 jewels. Holding Vajra and bell, I generate as the deity and make offerings. I rely upon the dharmas of Sutra and Tantra and refrain from all non-virtuous actions. Gathering all virtuous dharmas, I help all living beings through the practice of the four givings. All 19 commitments are referred to in this verse. The words, I go for refuge to the 3 jewels, refer to the first 3 commitments of the family of Buddha Vairochana: to go for refuge to Buddha, to go for refuge to Dharma, and to go for refuge to Sangha. The word Guru refers to the 4th commitment of the family of Buddha Akshobhya: to rely sincerely upon our spiritual guide. The words, holding Vajra and bell I generate as the deity, refer to the first 3 commitments of the family of Buddha Akshobhya: to keep a Vajra to remind us of great bliss, to keep a bell to remind us of emptiness, and to generate ourselves as the deity. The words, and make offerings, refer to the first commitment of the family of Buddha Amalgasiddhi: to make offerings to our spiritual guide. The words, I rely upon the dharmas of Sutra and Tantra, refer to the 3 commitments of Buddha Amitabha: to rely upon the teachings of Sutra, to rely upon the teachings of the 2 lower classes of Tantra, and to rely upon the teachings of the 2 higher classes of Tantra. The words, and refrain from all non-virtuous actions, refer to the 4th commitment of the family of Buddha Vairochana: to refrain from non-virtue. The words, gathering all virtuous dharmas, refer to the 5th commitment of the family of Buddha Vairochana: to practice virtue. The words, I help all living beings, refer to the 6th. Modern Buddhism 308 commitment of the family of Buddha Vairochana: to benefit others. The words, through the practice of the 4 givings, refer to the 4 commitments of the family of Buddha Ratnasambhava: to give material help, to give dharma, to give fearlessness, and to give love. Finally, the entire verse refers to the 2nd commitment of the family of Buddha Amalgasiddhi: to strive to maintain purely all the vows we have taken. More detail on the vows and commitments of secret mantra can be found in the book Tantric Grounds and Paths. Colophon. This sadhana was compiled from traditional sources by Venerable Geshe Kelsang Gyatso, June 2009, and revised April 2010 Blissful Journey: How to Engage in a Close Retreat of Haruka Body Mandala.
Black witch, black witch, black witch, black witch. Yeah. 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 Hey.
A tornado of radiant flame.
Whoa.
Reflection and energy.
Oh.
Smoke cleared.
Black witch.
Covered midair.
Hey.
Glowing.
Oh.
Smoke cleared. Covered midair. Glowing. The chamber system flickered to life. Universe. Class. For the first time, the Rat Palace faster than thought. In Universe Zero, celestial rap. The gospel has chosen the 2 men and radiant serpents, celestial cosmic galaxies orbiting bangles. Anonymous chariot, celestial. You carry forbidden since the dawn. Can you wield without worshiping it? Time is bound slightly. I worship power. I harmonize it. Energies collided before their bodies moved. Intention. Basslines, chants, thunderous syllables of creation. Celestial
Black wig surf through the city.
CPE heart of the city. Cosmos fuel fire to my chimney. Youth wanna lost till they see me. Absorb hate, feasting till the pain flows away. Power to devour a planet, decided not to end it. Getting green, trying to expand it. Living life like an upper hand bandit. Door opportunity, I command it. Surfing far, many assume I was a star. Post saw the black hole. I surf out without a scratch though. So fly my name could be Dove. Reaching from the ground to up above. Storytelling to gangster lyrics. Outsider to the inner circles. What? Outsider to the inner circles. Man, what are you, Zorro? I'm sorry, bro. I had to ask that question. Are you Zorro? How you Zorro and Batman, bro? Like, that don't even make sense. I know you from Texas and everything. So, are you really Zorro or are you Batman? Cause if you really, nah, bro, nah, I gotta really be honest, bro, with this question. Are you Zorro or are you Batman, bro? Cause Zorro go hard, bro, if you became the modern Zorro, bro, that's doing Texas an honor. You know what, bro? Texas so huge, bro. We took back the golf. Yeah. You might as well go Zorro, bro. You might as well. Come on, fam. I know you say you Batman, bro, but bro, what if you fuse Batman and Zorro, bro? You gotta incorporate your Texas roots, bro. Nah, bro, you gotta keep Texas, bro. You can't just be Batman, cause Batman represents New York. Come on, bro. You gotta do Texas, fam. You gotta keep it Texas, bro. We Texas around here. We Texas. So what are you on, bro? You gotta fuse of both, bro. No disrespect to New York, bro, but that's why I said fuse. You see what I'm saying? Since you already Batman, you know what I mean? You got fuse it up some kind of way, bro. You gotta incorporate some Zorro stuff, bro. So the circles, oh yeah, you incorporate your inner Zorro. Keep it going. Keep it Texas. Yeah.
The door to the cosmic delivery room didn't creak or slam. It flew open with such force that the hinge came off. Hello, Sheriff Jupiter tumbling inside with a grin so wide it could light up 3 galaxies. Jupiter was juggling armfuls of sticky notes, spreadsheets, and motivational posters that read things like failure is just pre-success.